So you want to start or grow your clothing brand. Dope. But let's be real, most of the videos out there are trash. They just teach you how to start a generic brand, copy trends, and hope that you blow up on TikTok. That is not a real strategy, and it is definitely not sustainable. This video will be different. I've spent months putting this together. This is over 5 hours of everything I wish I knew when I started. Just real, proven strategies to actually build something meaningful and profitable. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to start and grow your clothing brand the right way. We'll go through branding, visual identity, setting up your website, winning products, marketing, manufacturing, yada, yada, yada. The whole thing. You get it. You'll walk away with real steps that you can start applying today. And if you're new here, my name is Eben. I own a brand called Omni. I've done over 3,000 orders. I've shipped to over 45 countries worldwide, and I've done multiple 6 figures in sales. Treat this video like your free textbook. Just come back to it whenever you need a refresher or if you're stuck. Now lock in, take some notes. Let's get started.
Let's go, guys. So we're going to go over the mindset. So kind of the mindset that it takes to like really succeed, the 6-figure mindset. So what it actually takes to be successful with your clothing brand. In my first year, without a guide like this, I made $54,000 with my clothing brand. If you guys can really lock in and put in the work and stay consistent, I truly believe you can make much more than $54,000 in your first year. But it ain't going to be easy. So that's why we're going over mindset first, because your mindset is arguably the most important thing, because if your mindset is shit, you are not going anywhere. So, like I said, if your mindset's fucked, nothing else matters. And I don't want this to sound like some motivational, the bullshit, like people yelling at you, saying think positive thoughts, shit like that. But really just the stuff that I actually use, like the mindset that I've had this whole time has allowed me to get to where I am, as well as just from what I've studied with other clothing brand owners, because if y'all don't know, I spend a lot of time studying other brands and seeing, why are these other brands successful, and like looking at the people who own that and seeing like what are they doing differently. And so anyways, these are all of the most important kind of mindsets that I've been able to think of in which is most helpful for you to grow your brand. And so I know it's easy to think like, oh, mindset, I'm chill, I know what I'm doing. But please, like really, I want you to really dive deep on this and like really try and understand it. So if you're not taking notes already, please get out a pad and pen. So the first thing is a long-term mindset. Walt Disney said, the difference between winning and losing is most often not quitting. So literally, most people just have a short-term mindset and they think, I'm going to hit 10K within 10 days or some bullshit like that. And realistically, this is going to take a long time, and you should have such a longer view on this, not thinking like, oh, I'm going to get rich, like super fucking rich off this in 1 year. Like realistically, you need to be thinking 5 years or 10 years. Like this stuff takes time. And I'm giving you this blueprint so that you can hit that faster. But still, it's not going to be an overnight thing. And it's really easy to see, videos online of people like having their drops and having a bunch of success and be like, oh shit, I can fucking figure this out instantly and, get the cheat codes and have my brand blow up overnight. But trust me, nothing happens overnight. It's all just step by step. And, sometimes you'll have those days where you have huge wins in one day, but I promise you it is not an overnight thing. And so anyways, with the long-term mindset, most people quit before they ever actually see any results. And so literally just committing to 5 years with your brand, or even if it's just like 2 years, like if you only are willing to commit to like 1 year of this, then your mindset's already fucked. I'm telling you. You need to be committed for the long run. And like I would just say, commit to this for like 5 years. Like if you really fucking mean it, you'll commit to this for 5 years. And honestly, that's just one thing that literally will put you ahead of 90% of people. Like I forget the exact statistic, but it's like, I think 80% of businesses fail within 5 years, or maybe even 90%. Most often it's just because they quit. They get these really big problems, and instead of working through those problems, they get overwhelmed and say, well, shit, this is hard, and I want to do something that's easy. And then they jump to the next thing. Pushing through those really tough challenges, that is the only way that you're going to actually advance to the next stage. And that's really what separates the people who do succeed and don't, is they just keep pushing and they don't, you know, get distracted by other shiny objects on the side and think like, oh, this brand doesn't work. Maybe I should just start a new brand. Try drop shipping or fucking crypto or trading stocks. Like, you literally just need to lock into this clothing brand. It's all you need, and just put all your fucking chips into it and have that long-term mindset. Don't be this guy on the bottom. He's so close, but he quits before he ever gets the reward. So, a little action step. If you guys really want to succeed and you're really fucking committed to this, then bet one of your friends $1,000 that you won't quit. Like, period. Or, put a time limit on it. Say it's like 5 years. Or, yeah, a year, 2 years, 5 years. Bet them $1,000. Or, something else that's like super uncomfortable for you. Like maybe you'll shave your head if you quit. So then the minute that you do quit, you owe them $1,000, or you have to shave your head, or do something else super embarrassing or super uncomfortable. Whatever it is. And really, that's just one way to kind of figure out, are you really serious about this? Because if you are, that should be no fucking problem at all. And really, like, I also just want to make it so clear, like, you guys need to be fully committed to this clothing brand. That's what I'm saying, like, fully commit to this. Don't, like, let it be this, like, side hustle thing, like, oh, if it works out. It's not gonna fucking work out if you just are hoping that it will work out. Like, you need to be really committed to making it happen. And just, that's such a giant mistake that people make, is having it be this fun little side project and like thinking it's going to be easy and just hoping that it works out. But hope is not a strategy, and you're not going to get very far with just hope. So the next thing is a growth mindset and welcoming failure. So the master has failed more times than the beginner has even tried. So again, it's not easy, and you're going to mess up like over and over. You're going to keep messing up. That is literally just how this works. Like, you're not going to get it right the first time. And the difference between people who make it and the people who don't is they don't let failure stop them. Because every time, the only way a failure is truly a failure is if you don't learn anything from it. Successful people learn to fail quickly, because every time you do something wrong, now you are learning, okay, this is not what to do, so now I can figure out what is the correct thing to do. So the best brands, they don't avoid failure, they lean into it, learn faster, and pivot quickly. And every time you fail, you learn, so you know what not to do, so you can find out what actually works. And again, I will repeat it because this is very important. The only way a failure is truly a failure is if you fail to learn anything from it. So every time you have a failure, which failures are pretty much don't exist if you flip it. A failure is just a lesson if you do it right. So after every mistake, ask yourself, what went wrong? Why did it go wrong? What can I do differently next time? And how can I use this lesson to get better and advance my business? The next thing, don't be a little baby. So I'm gonna just sound like a broken record saying, this is fucking hard. I see so many people think it is easy. You see that fucking 13-year-old or like 15-year-old kid on TikTok start their brand and blow up overnight and then make $100K in a day. But that is literally just not how it works. And so I also don't want to scare you guys and make you think that it's like impossible to do, but it is fucking hard. It's not going to be easy. And it's definitely not supposed to feel comfortable either. Like, you're gonna have to do things that make you uncomfortable. And it's just, like, you really need to think about it that if it was easy, then everybody would do it. The only reason why the 1% exists and the people who actually do succeed is because it is hard, and 99% of people aren't willing to do what it takes. So if you want to be part of that, 1% that does succeed, you have to do what 99% of people aren't willing to do. So success comes from showing up and doing the work every single day, even when it is the last thing you feel like doing. So don't make excuses, take accountability. So if something bad happens, then cool. What are you going to do about it? Sit on your ass and cry like a baby? Or are you going to get up, handle your shit, and do what needs to get done? And again, this isn't easy. If it were easy, everyone would do it, and that is why it is worth it. So now we can cue the inspirational music. Okay. So, discomfort isn't a sign you're failing, it is a sign you're on the right path. And when you look back on your journey, the best days will be the ones where you left nothing in the tank. And I promise you, I hope you have felt that before, because if not, then you probably haven't worked hard enough. But when you give it your all, it's like the best feeling in the world, and those really are the best days. And it's not comfortable, So, an action step: commit to doing one uncomfortable thing every day, whether it's filming a TikTok, making your tech pack, or, sending an email to your audience, whatever it is, just doing the uncomfortable thing. I know for a lot of you watching this video, it's going to be filming video content, because most people don't like doing it, but they know they need to do it. So if that's you, then go film that TikTok. Next one, there is no free lunch. So let's make one thing clear: nobody is handing you success. If you want it, you have to earn it. Every single person you see who is successful, who does have a successful clothing brand, they have worked for it, and they have put in the hours, took those risks, and made sacrifices to get to that point. There isn't a shortcut. There's not cheat codes, and no easy way out. So, repeating that, there are no shortcuts. Sure, there are, things that I'm going to be teaching you that will help you. Technically, technically it's a shortcut, because you'll get to skip those mistakes. But mindset-wise, don't be looking for shortcuts, because it's only going to, hold you back. The people who are constantly looking for shortcuts, looking for the cheat codes, and the easy path forward are the ones who get disappointed and quit. So, again, not expecting it to be easy, and willing to take the hard path to success. Not just always looking for shortcuts, looking for the easy way out. Because, sure, there are things that can be like a little shortcut or a little cheat code, but, that's just a little piece of the equation. The main thing is doing the hard shit that other people are not willing to do. And so anything worth having comes with a cost. Whether it's your time, your effort, or your comfort, you have got to be willing to pay the price. The sooner you accept that, the faster you will get to where you want to be. So for the action step, ask yourself, what are you willing to give up to make this work? So maybe you watch a bunch of shows on Netflix or movies, or pretty likely you probably scroll on TikTok for at least, I know some of y'all will be on there for hours per day. Maybe you're playing Fortnite for hours per day, or playing, some other video game for hours per day. Sleep, maybe you are sleeping in every day, sleeping longer than you need to be. Or maybe it's just your comfort zone. Like maybe you're just always chasing comfort, always chasing the easy path, like I was saying. And just really ask yourself, what are you willing to give up to make this work? So if you do scroll on Instagram and scroll on TikTok for, say, 2 hours a day, are you willing to give that up and put those 2 hours into this clothing brand? Or are you willing to give up those 1 or 2 hours of video games that you play every day to build this clothing brand? And that's just really another thing to engrave in your mind, is that you have to make sacrifices to make this happen. There are so many times where I just feel like literally every fucking morning, I wake up at 6:30 every day, and I never want to get up because I'm cozy in my bed and I'm tired as shit, and all I feel like is sleeping longer. But every day I get up because there's work to be done, and I know that at the end of the day, I'm going to be glad that I woke up at 6:30. If I sleep in, anytime I do sleep in, I'm like, fuck you, dude. Why'd you sleep in? Like, it doesn't feel good. And waking up, it's hard. But at the end of the day, I feel good. And I get the work done. And, it's not easy. I don't think it'll ever be exactly easy to just, make those decisions, because it's always going to be a hard choice or a hard decision. But over time, you just need to condition yourself so it becomes less of a choice and more just the way that you act. And so here, I guarantee you right now, if you look at your screen time on your phone, there is at least an hour of TikTok or Instagram that you could cut out from your day and dedicate towards working on your brand. So choose what matters more to you. All right, next one, the come-up story. So every setback is setting the stage for your comeback. This is just a way to think about setbacks, and when you hit those big obstacles and when big issues get in the way, this is just a way to essentially flip it and think of it in a more positive light. So the harder your journey is, the better your story will be. So if you think about it, would you rather say I started my clothing brand and everything just went super well. I had success right off the bat. It was pretty easy, honestly, and now I made $1 million to my brand and it was easy. Or I came from nothing, no resources, no network, everything was stacked against me. I had no friends, no life, but I powered through and figured it out. I think everybody would opt for number 2. A story where everything comes easy is not inspiring, and it's just really boring, and you don't respect people who have an easy story, really, because it's like, oh, you just got everything handed to you, or if you just got super lucky, it's like, cool, you got lucky. But it's the struggle, the grind, and the sacrifices that make your success meaningful. And when you have this crazy story where you came from the depths and really climbed your way up to the top, it becomes much more inspiring. And when you are winning, once you do get some success, people will look back at what you overcame and respect the hell out of it. So the next time you go through something really hard, clothing brand or not, flip the script, and instead of thinking, why me? Oh, poor me. Life is so unfair. Think, damn, my story just got a whole lot better. Then use it as fuel to push harder. So I literally do this every time some big issue comes up. I'm like, well, fuck. This sucks, but it's part of the process. And now, my story just got so much better because I'm going to solve this problem and move past it. Next one, focus on the process, not the outcome. So too many people just get obsessed with the destination. When will I hit 6 figures? Or why haven't I sold out yet? And the problem with this mindset is that it focuses on what you can't control. So the truth is that your wins are a byproduct of your inputs. So really, focusing on the process, focusing on what you're doing every day so you can get towards that goal. Because you can post, you can put in the work to post 3 videos a day every day for a year, but it's not really at some point it's out of your control, like how well that video performs. And when you focus on the process, showing up, doing the work, and staying consistent, you're building momentum that compounds over time. And so, like I was saying, success isn't one big event. It just doesn't happen in one day. It's the result of hundreds of small actions done over and over again. And that's what I was saying, is that sometimes... So an example, imagine planting seeds every day. If you obsess over when they will sprout, you will go crazy. But if you focus on watering them every day, they will grow naturally, and your brand is no different. So really just honestly, learn to love the process. I guarantee you I would not still be doing this clothing brand if I didn't enjoy the process and learn to love the process of building a business and, solving those hard problems when they come up. Honestly, I do find it fun. It definitely takes a bit of the mental flip, but you can find enjoyment in it for sure. And the process, it is fun. There's parts that are hard, but overall, it's a fun process. And just really learning to love the process and accept every single part of the process too, accepting that you're going to have to do hard things that you don't want to do, and really just focusing on getting the work done every single day. So, an action step for you guys: create a daily routine with at least one action that directly impacts your brand's growth. So, some examples of that would be every day from 9 to 11 a.m., I will work on my brand nonstop with 0 distractions, no exceptions. And I will make sure of it by blocking out this time on my calendar and saying no to anything that conflicts with that time. So treat it like a real job. People say, I'm too busy to grow my brand, I can't, I don't have time. But the truth is, you do have time, you're just not making time for it. You're not making space for it. Somehow you don't have time, but you still found time to play video games. You still found time to scroll for a fucking hour on TikTok. It's you do have time, you're just not prioritizing the clothing brand. And so really just actually block out this time on your calendar and be super fucking strict about it. So treat it like a job. If you are working a job, you have your hours. Let's say the hours are 9 to 5. Anything that conflicts with that time, you're oh no, I can't. I work that day. And if you don't show up to work, then there are consequences. So set up some similar thing where it's if I, miss my work hours from 9 to 11 every day, then have a punishment. So maybe it's you'll, again, doing something uncomfortable. Maybe it's giving somebody, I don't know, $20 or $100 or something. Or maybe going on a 5-mile run or something. Something that's uncomfortable. Something that you actually have consequences for. Because, again, it's you need to take this brand seriously. It can't just be this thing where you're I'm going to just have it be on the side and hopefully it works out. I hope so. I'll cross my fingers. No, dude, it's not going to fucking work. You need to be serious about this. So, second example is I'm going to post on TikTok/Reels every single day until I hit X amount of followers. And so these are actions that you can take every single day to ensure the success of your brand. And commit to this process for 90 days and literally do not even think about results until those 90 days are up. So this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Most people quit before they ever see success, and they're too focused on the outcome instead of the inputs. And literally, if you just committed to posting a video on TikTok/Reels every single day for 90 days, I guarantee you, you're going to make some pretty fucking big progress. But most people will start off posting every day, and then by day 15,
maybe even like by day 7, honestly, it starts getting hard and you realize that it's not easy and you're too focused on the results and you're like, well, fuck, all my videos have only 200 views, stuck in 200 view jail, my account's shadow banned, shit like that. And then they quit. And just thinking about the outcome and thinking about the results is not going to get you far at all. And I guarantee you're going to end up quitting. So literally committing to this process for 90 days will get you so far. And like I was saying, having some sort of consequence so that you actually follow through with it. Okay. I know this video is long, guys, but mindset is so important, and it really is the reason why so many people fail. Like, it really does come down to the people who succeed and who don't. A lot of it is really in the mindset, so that's why there's so much information on mindset, and just bear with me, but it's important, guys, so don't sleep on it. Next one, comparison will kill you. Comparison is the fastest way to drain your energy and kill your momentum. So social media is fucked. Like, all you see on social media is people's wins. Like, anytime you look at somebody's account on social media, it looks like they're having such a good time and like just everything is working out so well for them and like they're like super successful. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're depressed and like going through a bunch of shit and not having any success at all, you know? And they're just bummed and stuck and whatever. But you only see the good stuff on social media. Like, people don't post like, oh, I'm depressed today. Like, people keep that to themselves. They don't post on social media. But when they do feel good and have wins, they post that. So that's all you see. And social media makes it so easy to look at other brands and think, I'm behind, or why aren't I there yet? You know, why haven't I hit 10K yet with my brand? But here's the thing, you're comparing your beginning to somebody else's middle. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know how hard that person's working. And you don't know anything about what's going on in that person's life. So you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. The brand you're comparing yourself might have a whole team behind them, a huge budget, or years of experience. Or even more likely, they just look more successful than they really are. So social media is literally all about appearances. Most of it is just a highlight reel of people's lives and of these brands. It is not a true reflection of what is actually happening behind the scenes. So focus on your lane. The only person you need to beat is the person you were yesterday. So an example, I used to look at other brands who were crushing it and feel like I wasn't doing enough. I used to always just compare myself with other brands. But when I stopped doing that and just really focused all my energy on improving my own work, making better designs, making better content, I stopped caring about those other brands and started seeing results with my brand. Because the thing is, when you are working on your brand and you're really putting in the work, it's like you don't give a fuck what these other brands are doing. And you understand that you're at a different stage in them. And it's like whatever they're doing is irrelevant because you're so locked in with your brand. And so here's the truth. When you're truly locked in on your brand, you will not give a single fuck about what other brands are doing. You will be so focused on building your vision that nothing else even matters. And I promise you, this is true. Like, I don't give a fuck about other brands anymore because I'm just focused on what I'm doing. So, action step for you guys, go through social media and unfollow any accounts that are not helping you succeed. So many people waste so much time on social media. Like, it literally kills so much time. And then you just see all these other brands you're comparing yourself to and you get down on yourself, or like, there's just so many like thoughts that pop up, like, why am I not where they are? Like, oh, they're just lucky, like, why didn't I get lucky like that? And it's just such like a negative cycle. So really, like, please, like, do this right now. Don't just, like, listen to this video and be like, oh, yeah, that sounds cool. I'll do that, eventually. No, like, do it now. Like, do it today. Make sure you actually are listening to this information and applying it. So go through your social media and unfollow any accounts that are not helping you succeed. Like, if there's an account or a brand that you're always comparing yourself to, and it's just, like, this negative, like, thought pattern of you comparing yourself to them, then unfollow them. Second is check in with yourself regularly. Are you focused on your progress, or are you distracted by others? And just redirect your energy back to your work and stop caring so much about what other people are doing. Okay, now the next one is working out. Your physical health is directly tied to your mental health, and your mental health is what fuels your work. So, a consistent workout routine is about more than just looking good. It gives you the energy, the focus, and the discipline to show up every day for your brand. So I personally work out every single morning, and I don't do nothing crazy. I literally work out for sometimes I only work out for 10 minutes. But it's purely the act of doing it that really just keeps me in line, and it is just such a great way for me to start my day. And you don't have to do it in the morning. I'm just saying at some point, some point during the day, whatever works for you, just get some exercise. You need to get out of your head and get into your body. And so just listen to me when I say this. Literally every single successful person who I know has a consistent workout schedule. So there is a direct correlation between success and exercise. And when you work out, you release stress, you clear your mind, and build mental toughness. It's like a reset button for your brain. Plus, the discipline you build in the gym carries over to every other area in your life. It's literally just I work out, of course, I want my body to look good, but the main reason why I personally work out is for the mental benefit of it. It's every day I just feel primed, ready to go because I have that workout in the morning. And it just keeps my mind clear. And it's also just like I said, it's such a great way to start the day for me because I already start the day with a win on my back. It's I woke up this morning, I got out of bed, and I worked out. And that's, stepping stones to keep going throughout the day and just keep killing it. So an example, on days where I feel completely stuck, I will just lift some weights or let my punching bag really have it. I actually literally just did that 2 hours ago. Some stuff came up today, and it was just really stressful, and I ended up just going and fucking punching the punching bag. Really let it have it. And also just lifted some weights. And that was just a mental reset. And then I came back, started filming these videos, and now I'm feeling fucking great. So by the time I'm done, head is clear, stress is gone, and I'm stoked to work again. So an action step is to commit to a simple workout plan each week. The best routine is the one you actually stick to, so just make it simple and easy. A couple examples: lift weights or run for 20 to 30 minutes every single morning when you wake up. Super easy. Or, lift weights or run 20 minutes every afternoon before you eat. Or every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, work out for 30 minutes. Please do not overcomplicate it. Just do something that you can actually do. Because most people try and do this crazy workout routine because they have these big goals, but then it's too much that they don't actually do it. So I said, personally I just work out for 15 to 20 minutes every morning as soon as I wake up, and it's not much, but the effect it has on my day is massive. Now, next one, building discipline over motivation. So motivation is just crap. It's a scam. It feels great in the moment, but it disappears the second things get hard. Discipline, on the other hand, does not care how you feel. It's what gets you out of bed and working on your brand even when you don't feel like it. So it's you might be watching this video and be motivated, or watching any other YouTube videos,
or, reading books, listening to podcasts, and you get a little boost of motivation, and then you start doing your shit. But then something really hard pops up and you say, oh, fuck, now I don't want to do this. And the discipline is what gets you through that. So building discipline isn't about grinding 24/7. It's about creating habits and systems that make consistency automatic. And so that is so important because you really just need to think about it, that you're setting up systems in place so that when things do, go wrong and hard shit does come up, you have the systems in place and you're sticking to those systems. So I forget who said it, but it's a quote. It's like, we fall to the level of our systems. I butchered that, but hopefully you get the idea. So basically, when you remove the decision-making process, you eliminate excuses. And it just kind of becomes this automatic thing that you do, and you're not, thinking about it, I really want to get back into bed right now. It's like, no, you just get up and fucking get started. So an example, I don't rely on motivation to get shit done. Instead, I stick to systems, non-negotiable work blocks, to-do lists, and daily habits. And on the days I don't feel like working, those systems carry me through. Oh, there's a quote right there. We don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems. So that's from James Clear. He wrote Atomic Habits. Great book. I would recommend you guys to read. So an action step for you guys, set a non-negotiable work schedule. Whether it's only 2 hours or 10, make it sacred. So that was what I was saying earlier. Scheduling it in the calendar and not making any excuses, literally blocking that out so that you actually get it done. 2, using triggers to build habits. For example, after your morning coffee, spend 30 minutes on content creation. Or before dinner, work on designs for an hour. So you have these triggers, so it's like, oh, morning coffee, now I'm going to spend 30 minutes on content creation. And you have that system and habit every single day. 3, track your consistency. Use a calendar and check off every day you stick to your schedule. And watch the streak glow. It can be pretty addicting. And another thing you can do is using a habit tracker. I personally use a habit tracker because, keeps me on check. And when I see the habit tracker and it's all empty, then it's like, fuck, I need to get my shit together. And so if you are somebody who does struggle with discipline, I would definitely recommend reading or listening to the audiobook from David Goggins' books, Can't Hurt Me or Never Finished. I'm sure you guys have seen some of his videos, not for everybody, but these books, at least for me, it was pretty huge in my journey, just letting go of any self-pity thoughts and the poor me mindset, or the poopy pants mentality, as he likes to say sometimes. And pretty much just after reading those books, it's pretty hard to ever feel sorry for yourself again, because that dude has gone through it, and he still came out on top. So if you are struggling with that, definitely would recommend those books. Okay, last one, the big secret. The big secret is that nobody really knows what they're doing. And seriously, people don't know what they're doing. Everyone's just figuring out as they go. And the difference between people who seem like they've got it all together and those who don't is they are better at taking action, learning on the fly, and adjusting as they move forward. So, you are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be. Stop overthinking and just start taking action. The magic happens in messy action, not waiting for the perfect moment. There is no perfect moment to start. And yeah, so little known fact, no perfect time to start, no perfect moment. That doesn't exist. Don't wait for situations to be perfect and for everything to be right. You just need to take action immediately, always. So do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better. So an action step for you guys, write down one thing that you have been overthinking and set a 24-hour deadline to take action on it. Even if it's not perfect, just getting started on it. Okay, so that was a lot, but I hope it was helpful. And these genuinely are things, that I think about every single day. And it's just a winning mindset for success. And I really would come back to this and really keep thinking about it and just really like engrave it into your brain. All right, guys, how to come up with a name for your clothing brand. So obviously, if you already have a name for your clothing brand, you can skip this. But if you do not have a name yet for your brand, here is what I would recommend to do. Set a timer for 30 to 60 minutes. Get out a pen and paper and remove all distractions. So your phone on Do Not Disturb, put it in a drawer or something out of sight. No music, and literally just think and brainstorm name ideas. And I just think that so many people like try to come up with a name, but they really don't put that much effort into it. And a name, like you're going to have that name literally forever. I mean, you shouldn't be changing your name later on. This is something that should be final. So you really want to make sure that whatever you do choose, it is really solid and that you really, it makes sense to you and aligns with what you want. And by doing this, just with removing all distractions and really just sitting down, you can just let your mind kind of, get all the nonsense because like being on your phone all day, you can't really think. So you need to give your mind some breathing room. And I promise you, a bunch of ideas will start flowing. But actually use a pen and paper. You will get more ideas actually writing it out rather than just typing it on your computer. So here's a couple tips for actually brainstorming names. First one is to aim for quantity. So write out everything that comes to mind, even if it's a terrible name that you would never use, because the point is to just get ideas flowing. Like if you can just sit down and write out 100 different names, it's like, okay, maybe 80 of them are terrible names that you'll never use, but maybe you have 20 decent options, and then you got 10 good options, and then you have 5 really great options. And if you really just like focus on trying to get the perfect name written down, by the end of the time like you're writing, you're going to have like probably 5 written out that you're not really feeling great about anyways. So focus on quantity, not trying to get caught up trying to find the perfect name. Second thing, think of things that are important to you in life. So for example, family, nature, discipline, etc. And then you can go to this website here, relatedwords.org, and find related words to things that are important to you. So here's an example for you. Instead of some bullshit like money chasers, you could get more creative, like verdant. I think that's how you say it. And verdant represents nature, growth, and prosperity. So verdant means I think lush, green nature, something like that. Anyways, let's pull up related words. Let's say that I am, let's just say nature is really important to me, and I want my brand to, be centered around nature. I just type in nature, and then we have all of these related words. And looking through here, you can find words that, one of these words could be your brand name, or it could just be inspiration to dive deeper on. But let's just look through here. Because you're also going to find something that's not super common, because you obviously energy. If your brand name was energy, that's pretty generic, and I don't know. Definitely want to find something a little bit more unique. So I don't know, like this. Whatever the fuck that means. Eidos. There we have a unique name, and yeah, just keep looking through the list, and if you aren't seeing anything you like, then, keep trying out new words. So tree. And then we can look here, like alder. Not bad. Inga. Also not bad. Anyways, you guys get the point. Hopefully. Next one is you can use history, mythology, or other languages for inspiration. So, for example, if nature inspires you again, explore Latin words like silva, which means forest, or descriptive terms like evercurrent. So both, not bad. Silva is pretty fire, honestly. Fourth, list out things that are important to you and turn them into an acronym. VERA, value, elevate, redefine, authenticity. So those are just values all put into one. And this is something that you could just like type in a bunch of your values, like your top 5 values, into ChatGPT and tell it to spit out some, 4 to 5 letter names. So if you're stuck on names, focus on finding something that is meaningful to you. I think too many people pick names that just sound cool and it doesn't have any like personal significance to them. And there isn't anything wrong with a name that just sounds cool, but if you are stuck, I would recommend to think of something that does actually mean something to you, because at the end of the day, you will have this name forever, and, it should matter to you. And then at all costs, avoid anything really fucking trendy and basic, like Motion Studios, Angelic Stars, God is Great, Money Chasers. Think of names with longevity. There's so many brands now that use, motion or angelic or stars in like trendy words in their name, or like aura. Like stay far away from that shit, because for one, you're just instantly going to be recognized as a trendy brand because it's a very trendy word that you're using. And two, that will not carry over over time. Like imagine Motion Studios as like $1 billion clothing brand. Well, maybe not a billion, but as like a multi-million-dollar clothing brand. Like I don't see it. I don't see Angelic Stars as some big clothing brand. It's just like tacky and corny. So anyways, then you can just write down your top 5 name ideas in here. But really, I would take time on this and not, not just like settle with some name that you're like, yeah, whatever. All right, guys. Step 2, visual identity. So the first thing is your logo. So logos are important, but they are not that important. Some of the most respected luxury brands barely use their logos on clothing because the designs speak for themselves. So Bottega Veneta, they don't, they have their motto is when your own initials are enough. They're not slapping their logo on everything. And that is such a trap to, like, really, so many beginner brands make the mistake of becoming a logo brand. We've all seen it. Brands that slap their logo on literally everything. And honestly, I don't even understand why people buy it. It's crazy to me. And yeah, sometimes it works, but it's boring and it just shows a lack of creativity. And you can do much better than that. So my recommendation is to really focus on designing products that stand out without a logo. So your products shouldn't need your logo. And it's just, it's definitely a lack of creativity, and it's honestly just lazy. So should you have a logo? Yes, I would recommend to have a logo. I have several, and a logo just really helps people associate your brand with something visually. It gives your brand a visual anchor. So when people see your logo over and over again, they associate it with your brand, of course. And really just remember that your logo does not carry the entire weight of your brand. It's much more about the product design itself and your branding. So some tips for creating your logo: keep it simple. This is a recurring theme for a reason. Everything doing it simple is always going to be better. And a clean and simple design is more versatile and memorable. So you don't want to overcomplicate your logo and have it be this messy thing that you can't even really tell what it is. So investing in a designer is definitely worth it if you have the budget for it, but not completely necessary. And to find that, you can just look on Instagram, just literally search logo designer, or, something more specific, streetwear logo design, or look up on hashtags, hashtag logo designer, hashtag streetwear logo design, stuff like that. Fiverr is also another solid option, and you should expect pay anywhere from $50 to $300, and I would say the sweet spot would be $100 to $150. And so you want your logo to be versatile. So it should work in different sizes and it should work on different platforms. It needs to work on a white or a black background because you have to think about so many users. Not everybody uses dark mode. Not everyone uses light mode. There's the difference and you have to cater to both people. And then it also needs to look good on a garment or, on your tags or tiny Instagram profile pic, thank you cards, whatever. And then really just be original. Don't copy trends or other brands. Your logo should feel authentic to your brand, not like something that could belong to somebody else or like another brand could also have your same logo. It should really be authentic to you. And here too, if you are making your own logo, don't use some shit like that you found off Pinterest or off Google or something. Like don't take something from the internet and use that as your logo, because in the long run you will most likely run into legal trouble with that. Maybe you don't, but definitely better to avoid it. And more importantly, it's just not authentic to you. Like you need to be creating something. It should be something that you put work into. You put your blood, sweat, and tears into making this logo. And again, it doesn't have to be this crazy logo to overthink and make it perfect. But what I'm trying to say is that it just has to be authentic to you. And if you're just ripping some shit off of Google or Pinterest, then it's not authentic to you at all. And people will see that too. If it's something that exists online publicly, people are going to find that. And I've seen it with a lot of brands. That's why I'm saying this, because I see a lot of brands that literally just use something off Pinterest or off of Google, and then it's just lazy. And you guys can do better than that. So logos matter, but they're not everything. A good product design will always outshine the logo. So really focus more on your products themselves, the design of the pieces and the quality of them. And I would not recommend to just slap your logo on anything. Honestly, in the beginning, and when I say the beginning, I'm really talking about I'm still in the beginning too. You shouldn't be putting your logo on every single piece. Until you've reached, I think as a general rule of thumb, you should avoid putting your logo on any pieces. The only people who are going to be buying a piece that's just your logo on it are those people who do deeply connect with your brand. So if you don't have a core audience, nobody's going to want to just buy some random brand's hoodie if it just is just says their name on it. The people who are going to be buying that are people who have that deep connection with your brand. So really focus on building that deep connection first before ever, just slapping your logo on shit. Okay, now the next one is your color palette. So I would recommend to pick 2 to 3 main colors. So for my brand, I just have white, black, a more faded black, and then light blue. So there's just 3. It's really just one, with white and black. But I would really keep it simple. I wouldn't choose more than 3. You can have the 3 main ones and maybe 1 to 2 secondary ones, but definitely don't overcomplicate it, because if there's nothing that's signature to your brand, people aren't going to associate it. People aren't going to associate a brand with 2 colors. If you think of Coca-Cola, they have that red color that you associate their brand with. It's not like they have red, but they also have green. It's just one, and you remember the red. So to find the colors, I'd recommend to go to this site here, pantonecolors.com. And using the Pantone colors, is really beneficial because it helps you communicate with your manufacturers. And that is because they will know exactly what color it is. Whereas if you are sending stuff from like Photoshop or Illustrator, the colors don't always transfer correctly. But using the Pantone colors, you will get an exact match. And colors really play a huge role in how your brand is perceived. So if you want to be a vintage brand, you want colors with low saturation, like more pale, faded colors. Or if you have an eco-friendly brand, it would make sense to use a lot of earthy tones or, like a green color. All right, the next one, typography. I would recommend to pick 1 to 2 fonts to use consistently across your brand and really just stick to those 2, 1 or 2 main fonts. So I would go to defont.com and go crazy. They have, so many fonts. It's easy. I've spent hours on there before, honestly. And you can download them for free. Little note, you're supposed to buy a commercial license for if you're going to be using it for your brand. And let's just say that many brands don't do that. So pro tip is use a font that is legible. I've seen a lot of brands, they will use a font that you can't actually read what it says. It might be like some cool decorative font, but if you can't read it, then what's the point, So you can use those crazy fonts on designs, but if it's on your website, it needs to be very legible, because if not, you will confuse customers. And again, confused people do not buy. The confusion will actually make them upset and leave your website. All right, the next one, aesthetics and imagery. So aesthetics are incredibly important. I think they will continue to become more and more important as time goes on with branding. In this past year, aesthetics have become such like a pillar of a brand's success. And that's, whether it's the product photos, social media posts, or creative campaigns, really being consistent with the aesthetics across all of it. And this is another one of those really important things that I want you guys to really focus on, because the brand's aesthetic is really what makes people connect with it. So if you imagine a new kid looking for a table in the cafeteria, like in a high school movie, each table has a different crowd or a different aesthetic of people, and they're looking for the table that matches their vibe. And customers are looking for brands in that same way. So, action step for you guys is to create a mood board to define your visual aesthetic. So, I would go to Pinterest or Canva to curate a visual aesthetic for your brand. And even if you're not starting out, you still should do this step and if you don't have one yet, you should definitely have a mood board. And just be able to understand what your brand's visual aesthetic is, and just really add anything to it that you would actually post on social media. So products you would release, stuff like that. And you can make a separate one specifically for inspiration, but this one is strictly just to show what your aesthetic is itself. And it can really be anything. It doesn't have to be, products specifically. It can be like photography. Like it could literally be anything. Like it might be like aesthetics from like an old video game or something. As long as it aligns with the aesthetic that you are going for, then I would add it in to that mood board. And here, the narrower you get, the better off you will be. So niche down first, dominate that niche, and then expand after. It is a lot easier to grow in the beginning when you appeal to a very specific audience. So this is the new formula for success. So you have a broad aesthetic, you niche down, and then you niche down again and get ultra specific. So I'm going to show you guys why these ultra specific niches it becomes very easy to stand out and dominate a very specific market. And that's because it is unsaturated. People have not tapped into that market yet. So most people target very broadly in the beginning. They try to appeal to everyone, yet they end up blending in with everybody else. So when you try to appeal to everyone, you appeal to nobody. And the brands that do dominate, the brands that are successful, do the opposite. They start ultra specific. They own this one very specific niche so well that they become the go-to for that aesthetic. And once they've built a cult-like audience, then they expand bigger. So by tapping into these underrepresented subcultures or aesthetics, you make your brand irreplaceable to those people who do connect with it. And when those people find your brand, it's going to appeal to them so directly that they're like, this brand was literally made for me. Whereas if you're targeting everybody, nobody's going to connect with your brand because it's targeted to everybody. There's nothing specific about it for people to connect with your brand. So instead of competing in an oversaturated market, you are creating your own lane. So this is why hyper niching is a cheat code. And if you build for a specific group that actually exists and give them exactly what they are missing, then you do not have to chase customers. They will find you. So some actual examples of this. So you have streetwear, very broad, niching down, and then getting ultra specific. We have streetwear, then we have techwear, then niching even further down, cyberpunk militaria. So you have the techwear, futuristic functional clothing, and then mixing that with this military, heavy on tactical vests, modular designs, and dystopian anime-inspired aesthetics. Gorpcore, there's a lot of brands out there doing Gorpcore right now, but then niching even further down to industrial Gorpcore. So function meets streetwear with Carhartt workwear influences, cargo vest, and mountaineering gear styled for urban settings. And so I won't go over every single one of these, but it's just to show how getting ultra specific really allows you to appeal to a very specific audience who will really just instantly fall in love with your brand. So looking through, so with this one, luxury aesthetic, this is very broad. Niching down, we have gothic luxury. So this is kind of like, Rick Owens. But then niching even further down, we have cathedral core. So luxury goth mixed with religious iconography. Oh my God. Heavy draping and intricate embroidered detailing. So this, if you just chose to dominate this niche in the beginning, you would be appealing to those people who like this stuff. And I promise you, no other brand exists that's just purely doing this. And then so the other thing too is that you might be thinking, well, what if that's like a small number of people though? Well, yes, a small number in the grand scheme of things, but small, there's probably at least 100,000 people who would fall into this category here, people who would like this. If you have luxury fashion, that's millions of people. Niching down to gothic luxury, you're still in the millions. Niching down to this even further, you're in the hundreds of thousands. It's not like you're going to niche so far specific down that there's only 10 people who want your brand. It's finding that middle ground, where obviously it's not something so niche that nobody actually likes it, but it is niche enough where it does appeal to that very specific audience. Now, another example with this is that imagine you are a diehard Radiohead fan and there's a brand that matches that Radiohead aesthetic exactly. You are going to be extremely likely to buy it, assuming you are looking to shop from new brands, because that, you love Radiohead, and then this brand pops up that embodies that Radiohead culture and aesthetic
like so well, and you're like, holy shit, this brand was made for me. And that is why being niche in the beginning is such an advantage, because you can target those really specific audiences and dominate that specific niche. Whereas bigger brands are not able to do that, because if they did, most of their audience would be turned away from it. So the key takeaways here are, the more specific your aesthetic, the easier it is for your target to connect with it. And big brands can't be this niche. That is your advantage as a small brand. And niching down allows you to stand out and create your own lane. And just a little tip for you guys, with your mood board, it's not just for inspiration, it is a tool for your creative direction. So share the mood board with your photographers, with your designers, anybody who is involved in creating visuals for your brand. So it keeps everyone aligned and ensures that your imagery is consistent. And this is a mistake that I made, is not sharing this with, my models or photographers or, designers, stuff like that. So if you are doing a photo shoot, make sure that you have a mood board to show the photographer and models. Otherwise, they aren't going to know what you're looking for. Like, don't make the mistake of thinking that they can read your mind. I'm going to show you guys how to create a website, clean and high converting site. I'm also sick right now. My voice sounds funny. Anyways, let's get into it. So here we are on Shopify. Now what you guys are going to want to do to get Shopify is use my link, which will be below somewhere. And by doing so, you will get 3 days free, and then you will get 3 months for only $1. And then just sign up for Shopify. It's super easy. You'll just type in some of your information. Once you are done with that, you can navigate over to the online store section on the left panel, and you will see the theme library here. So then you can click add theme, visit and now we are in the Shopify theme store. So we can browse some themes. As you can see, oh my god. As you can see, $380, a lot of money. We do not need to be paying for them because they have free themes. So here are all of the free themes. There's a good amount of them. There's like maybe 15. So you can look through any of these and see which theme you like the best. I would just recommend really any of them are going to work, but I would probably recommend to do Spotlight or this one, Taste, because you just really want a very simple website. And for example, with Spotlight, this is like extremely simple, just very product focused. Refresh looks pretty solid as well. Color block is another good one. I've used that one before. But for simplicity, let's go with Spotlight. So then we're just gonna click try theme. Then it'll bring you back to this page here, and it should be in your theme library. A quick note about these numbers here is that these are not going to be accurate right now because my website I haven't been selling anything really. Normally mobile sessions are going to be a lot higher, like 80 to 90%. I mean, that's for what I've seen typically. I think it'd probably be pretty similar for you guys. But then Shopify also tells you some good numbers. So it tells you about the loading speed. Definitely want to have a good loading speed. So if this doesn't say good, then you got to figure some stuff out. And I'll talk more about loading speed a bit more. Also, you can see I have a paid theme that's called Shella. You guys don't need the paid theme though. You can do this pretty much exact same thing. Honestly, the Taste theme looks very similar to this paid theme that I have. Anyways, we're going to use Spotlight though. So what you'll do is just click Customize here. And actually, before I show you guys how to make the actual website, well, as you can see, it's already done for me because it's literally just products. and all of my products are already loaded into Shopify. So, damn, wait a second. Okay, wow, this theme literally has one page, I guess. There's not even a menu. Is that literally it? Okay, yeah, that's actually crazy that there's only one. Yeah, so there's not even a menu on this theme. That's actually kind of crazy. But, it works. You want to have a simple website. So just having it load up the site and it's literally just all the products is perfect. Now let me show you guys some examples of good websites and what a good website looks like. So we are going to use my website as an example because I think it's pretty clean. So boom, hop on the site, big banner showing off the clothing so you understand what this store actually contains. So we got some high quality photos of models wearing the clothing and then a big shop now button. So people immediately know this is a clothing store. Very simple navigation at the top, just homepage, shop, FAQ, and a contact page. And then we've just got the bag, the shopping bag, little search bar, currency, no account or anything, just very simple. And then we got an announcement bar at the top, which just has my free US shipping announcement on it. So let people know immediately that they can get free US shipping. And then if you scroll down, you'll immediately see the products that I have to offer. And pretty much it just is very clean and simple. You know exactly what it is. And then, boom, products. Now, one thing about my website that works very well, I think, is the fact that you can see the name of the piece, you can see the price, and you can see the sizes, and you can see which sizes specifically are in stock. So then, if we navigate down here, go to see all products. Now we are on the product page, and this just shows all of my products. So we have 3 of them up, so you can see them very well. And then hovering over it will also go to the next image. So see with this, it'll just show the back, and then all of them also have a white background along with the white background store. So it's just a very clean look. They don't have any borders or anything, and just overall, I think this looks very clean. And it's just very product focused because obviously we're selling these clothing pieces. And so basically the reason why it is good to have the price and then also the add to cart button. So when people are looking through the products, they can see exactly what's available in what sizes, and they can also see how much it costs. So if somebody sees this belt, for example, and they really like it, they can see, okay, is my size in stock right now, and how much does this cost? And then they're like, all right, I am a size 40 to 45, so I'm going to get this, and just click add to cart right now. And that way it's already in their bag, and they don't have to actually click on it and then add it to cart. So this is one of those things that's going to make it easier for people to order. And to have a high converting website, you want to make it as easy as possible for people to order your products. So other people's websites, sometimes I'll see you go to their page and then it just shows the products. It doesn't show the name or the price or the sizes or an add to cart button. And with all of that, it's just an extra step that your customer has to take. So if they actually want to buy it, they have to click on it and then go to the actual product page and then click add to cart, and that's just an extra step, and then you also have to wait for the page to load and everything, which really is only a matter of seconds. However, when people are buying, you want to make it as seamless as possible, and you don't want to have any roadblocks at all, because as soon as the page freezes or they pause for a second, they might rethink their decision to buy from you, and the more times that they pause and the more roadblocks that they run into, the less likely they are to actually buy your clothes. You have to think about it how a lot of customers are making emotional decisions when they're buying from your brand. And so a lot of these decisions are not always logical decisions. And if they are thinking logically, they might be thinking, I probably shouldn't buy this because I can't afford it. But if they're thinking emotionally, they say, I don't even care how much this costs. I just need it that badly, so I'm going to buy it. And you want people to be thinking emotionally about your products, making emotional decisions because they're going to buy it. Basically, just the more times that somebody pauses during the checkout and purchasing process, the more likely they are to rethink their decision to actually buy it. So that is why we make it as seamless of a process as possible. So then some more stuff on the product page here. As you can see, it's just very simple, very clean. The little add to cart button also has this little animation, which kind of just makes it a little bit more visible and, tells people like, add this to your cart. And then we have we have this guaranteed safe checkout. So showing all of the payment options as well. And this is just something that's going to help increase trust and show that, it's a safe checkout process. You don't have to pay in like Bitcoin or something sketchy. Like my site offers all of these payments and, customers can trust that. Then we just have simple product information down here. With product descriptions, you should definitely keep it very simple. I think with this, I think less is more, because you got to think about customers on your website. Most of them are not trying to read a book on here. They are just wanting to figure out what is the product, like what are the specific details, like the weight of the fabric or whatever. Like all they want to know is, am I going to like this product, and does it live up to my expectations, and is it going to be worth my money? So no need to overcomplicate things. Keep it very simple. You can also add a size chart button down here, or I have mine just in one of the photos. Either way works. It would probably be better to have a button, to be honest. And then scrolling down, you can see we have related products here. So you definitely want to have some sort of related products or upsell down here. So you could also have it be like, this belt pairs well with the bunny pullover hoodie, and then add both to your cart. And there are apps on Shopify that you can do that. I will show you guys the apps a little bit more. But you definitely want to have some related products down here so that it's not just a product page. They see this product and then they can continue looking around the store, and you're just making it really easy to have them find more products. The thing that my website allows is you have this little button to actually scroll through all of the images, which is again really nice because you can just do it here. You don't have to actually click on it and have the page like reload and everything. You can still go through all these images, just very simple. So just very easy to quick view it, and I can just see this and then like, okay, I like it, I'm going to add it to my cart. And it's very easy, very seamless. The other thing about my website is that the contrast with a white background and black text, everything is incredibly easy to read. It's very legible. So as you guys can see, so there's nothing confusing about this site, really, I would say. It's just very straightforward. And, we got the FAQ to answer some frequently asked questions. You guys can really just copy this, I guess, if you want. I wouldn't copy it word for word, but you guys can take these same ones and rewrite it a little bit. And then I would definitely recommend to have a contact page on here. I'd recommend to have a contact page as well, just so people can get in touch with you. So this would be an example of a good website. Now let me show you guys an example of a bad website. So some of you guys are probably familiar with this brand, FKX. They make these themes. Now, they are cool themes. This is kind of a cool look, but I would not recommend it. With these, you can change the background video, and so people will have like a cloud theme, or it'll be like some crazy animation with a skeleton with a sword or some shit, or like maybe a skeleton reaching out of a graveyard, some shit like that. You'll see like viral TikTok videos, like the best Shopify themes for clothing brands. Now, I would not recommend to do one of these, and I will explain why. First is because you shouldn't really have a preloader page like this. Like when you go to the website and then you just have this whole menu and it's like enter store, like some other themes like this, it'll have like an actual button that says enter store. And that's just one extra step for a customer to take, and it's just really pointless. Like, I guess it can make it feel like this maybe exclusive thing where you're like entering the store and it's like a private shop or some shit. But at the end of the day, it's an extra step for customers to take. And like I continue to say, we want to make this process as simple and easy as possible for our customers. Otherwise, they might end up not buying because they have other things that are important in their life, and there are a million distractions in this world. People will just leave your site, and we just want to make sure that they can place that order as easily as possible, not get distracted, and not rethink their decision. So, anyways, these pages are not great. I would just have it go straight to the website like I showed you with mine. You open it up, you can see exactly what it is. Coming to this website, you don't even know what it is because it's just, whatever the fuck the background is, like this waterfall, or if it's like a graveyard or some shit, it just can be confusing. And then, so you go into the store, just wait for it to load. And then we still have this background, which I hope you guys agree that this looks terrible. Just with the backgrounds, these borders, it looks really not great. And then having this moving background, having the moving background is one of those things that's kind of cool. I've seen websites where it's like, it is one of those things that makes it stand out. However, usually it's not going to be a good idea because having a video background is also going to make your website load a lot slower. And that's another thing we really want to avoid, is having a slow website, because that's another thing that's going to interrupt somebody's buying process. So imagine you want to buy something. I'm sure it's happened to all of you watching this video, is you are on a website and you're trying to buy something and you have a bug on the site, or the site is super slow, and then you are just getting kind of pissed because it's slow, and then you end up just not buying it because, there's too many roadblocks, and you're like, this isn't even worth my time, and what the hell, I don't even want this thing anyways. That's when you start thinking logically, and the emotional need aspect of it wears off. But anyways, this website is not good. See, the contrast, it's hard to read all of this stuff, and it just is very distracting and just confusing. Another thing I'll add is sometimes I'll see people add music to their website. I would not recommend to add music to your website, because a lot of the times that I've seen people add music, it's like a very specific style of music, and just people are very picky about the music that they listen to, and 99% of people viewing your website probably don't like the song that you choose. Maybe, I don't know. Most people probably don't want to listen to music when they're going to a website to buy clothing, and I just would not recommend it. Alright, so now you guys know what a good website looks like. You also know what a bad website looks like. So that spotlight theme, that's a good option. Very, very simple. Very easy. Taste theme. Let's customize this. So for this, now this one looks pretty similar to my website actually.
You just got the name, the little navigation menu up here, little photo with a shop button, and then boom, product right beneath. So what we would do here is on the left side, we can just start customizing shit. So, for the announcement bar, if we want to edit that, all we have to do is click on it. And then, oh wait, actually not clicking on it, but just clicking this little drop down. And then here's the text option here. So then I can say free US shipping on orders over $150. You can also add a link to a product page or something if you want to say, like, blank item out now or blank collection. And so here you can see on the left side is the header section, and then we have the templates, which has all of these drag and drop things. All right, I had a quick phone call. I'm back. So, anyways, on the left, header, template, footer. So this is where you can edit all of this stuff. Basically, see, we have this image with text here, and then we have the featured products below. And what you can do is just actually drag this and change it. So it's very easy to do if we wanted to put the products first. So now you open up the website and boom, products right in your face, which I would probably recommend to do this for you guys, unless you have some really good unless you have some really good images to use. So unless, like, the benefit to having an image here would obviously be to show how it fits on body, or like something that's going to make people want to buy it even more. But like, don't just add a photo just to add a photo, like, it should have a purpose and it should like enhance your website. So if you don't have a good photo that's actually going to make people want your products more, then just don't have a photo and just have simply the products. Another thing I didn't talk about too, but the actual product images. So as you can see, all of my products, they're just flat lay products, and it's just a very clean look. And some of these you can see, like these ones are actually just mock-ups. But then obviously, because these were screen prints, but then obviously these ones are not mock-ups, and these I just made sure to get really high quality photos of the products. Now, you guys most likely are probably doing like pants or a hoodie or like a shirt or something. Just really make sure it's like symmetrical on both sides and it looks clean and has good lighting. And then I would recommend to put it on a white background like this as well. Assuming that you have a white background store. Let's say your background was black. Then you would probably want to put all of your clothes on a black background just to make it blend in and look nice. Because the background was black right now and all of my product backgrounds were white, that would probably look pretty ugly. Anyways, this taste theme is pretty fire. It's also extremely similar to the paid theme that I currently have. Like, this literally looks pretty much the same. And so, if you guys remember on mine, like, I had 3 products on my product page. This one has 4, like, rows of columns, or whatever the fuck. So that's the product grid. But what you can do is change the number of columns on desktop here. So boom, now there's 3. I just personally like how this looks better just because it's bigger. But 4 is also good. You can still see it just fine. Either one works fine. And I guess it just depends how many products you have, because most of you watching this video probably only have like 1 product or maybe 2. So I just have it be pretty large. The other thing is up here, desktop version, mobile version. If you go to the mobile version, you can see there's only 2 columns actually. And mobile, here we go. On the left, mobile layout, we could change this to 1 column just to make it bigger, or do 2. And with this, you really just have to look at it and see,
how does it look? So think about you as a customer on your website. Like, can you see the products okay? Like, does it look good, or is it going to be better to actually have it bigger so you can see more of the details? And then other things with the theme settings, if you go on the left side, you can scroll down. And the theme settings, that's going to be the same thing right here. So this just shows all of the theme settings. And, so you can add in your logo, and that will just add in. Here, let me do it real quick. So I already have stuff uploaded on my Shopify website. Where my logo at? Boom, logo. All right, see what happens. So I uploaded the logo, and boom, now we got my logo on the page. And you can just adjust the height of it. The favicon right here, that is this little guy up here. So as you can see, my website has my logo as the favicon. So we would do the same thing, although it has to be really tiny. Let's just do this one and see if it works. It might not. Oh, it's actually not going to upload though, because we're on Shopify website right now. You'd have to publish this and then go to the website and actually see. So it's not actually going to work. But anyways, logo. I'm not going to go into every single setting, obviously, because there's a bunch. But what you can do is just look through here. This is also where you can edit the colors, change the color scheme. I would be careful messing with the colors though, especially with like button links and shit, because you don't want to mess it up to the point where you accidentally change the color of a button. Because I've seen it where it's like, I forget if I mentioned this already in this video, if it was the last video that got bricked, or the video that didn't save earlier before. But I was saying how like I've seen people's websites and it's a black button like this, and then they put black text on it, and you can't even read what it says. So it's like that's something where a customer is like, "What the fuck? How do I even buy this? I want to buy it, but I literally do not know how because the buttons are not visible." So that's why I'd be careful to mess around with the colors, because you don't want to mess things up, and the default for the theme is going to be correct. Anyways, if you guys just look around, so we have colors, typography, so we can change the font on here if we want. So boom, now we got a mono font like mine. You just click select, and then there's a lot of different things. I'm not going to go over everything, but let me show you some other important things. Layout, change the page width. Animations, so I showed you guys how mine had the little animation. Hover effect, this is for affecting cards and buttons. So let's see, vertical lift or 3D lift. So let's see what this looks like. So if you guys see, when you hover over it, it does that little lift. And it's just, that's like something that just gives it a little bit more of a unique touch, I guess, and it's maybe more visually appealing. I personally like this. I guess it's personal preference, but I would add a little animation. And then the reveal sections on scroll too. And as you can see, this theme as well has "you may also like." Boom. And then if you wanted to edit like this text, for example, you would go to the sections again, and then that would be under the template. And you can see related products here, and then you have the heading there. So I can say, buy this stuff too. Very clean copy. Okay, obviously you guys can get more creative, write some better copy than that. But then you also have the footer down here, which you would edit down here in the footer. And here you could add another menu if you wanted. So here we have quick links, or you just have them down here. I would definitely optimize for mobile, because majority of your customers are going to be shopping on their phones. But obviously make sure that both of them work and look very clean. And yeah, look, I literally didn't even do anything. This website is already hella clean. Like this, I can pretty much publish this right now. It's almost good to go. Like I could even just delete this and boom, featured products, and this pretty solid already. Very simple, like I said, simple is good. So then we just press publish, and then the website will be live. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. I guess I'll save this if I want it later, but yeah, so mine, obviously this one is currently active. Now the next thing for actually adding products, it's very easy. All you have to do is go to the products section over here, click add product, and then, I mean, like, do I even have to tell you guys how to do this? Literally all you do is fill out the information, so there's not really much to show you guys. Upload your images, add a category, add your price if you want to add a compare at price, so you could say like $80, but it's actually $75, so it'd be $5 off. You can put in your cost per item here too. Can be nice to track it. Let's see here. So one thing I guess I can show you guys is adding different variants. So when you add a new product, obviously you're going to have different sizes. I mean, most likely you'll have different sizes. And so what you can do is just add small, and then you'll press, and you can just press tab. So here we go. Under option name, we would say size, and then we would say, you could just type out small. I usually just do S, and then if you go click the comma button, it'll go to the next. M, L, XL, press done, and now we have our different variants here, and then we would have the price and put the actual quantity that is available for each size. And then if you wanted to add another option, so if it was like color, like this, so you have a black shirt, or so let's say you have a t-shirt with two different colors, so you have a black color and you have a blue color, and then you also have it in 4 sizes. So now you can see size small is available in black and blue, and then you have to update how many are available, and then you just click save, assuming all your other stuff's ready. Set it to active, make sure it is on your store, or you can set it to go live on Friday. Let's say your drop is Friday at 3:30 PST. You just schedule it for that date. The other thing that you can do is add tags to the product. So I will add collections or tags for the collection. So if you had a collection coming up, you could tag it and just say like, boom, collection's called boom, add the tag boom, and then what you do is go over to collections. I'm not going to save this. So then on products, or on collections now, you just click create collection. Obviously give it a name. Don't really need to give a description unless you want to. And then you would just add, you could do a smart collection type where you just say tag is equal to boom, if that collection is called boom. And then you just click save, and then it's automatically any products with the tag boom are going to be in the boom collection. So that's that. Very easy. Okay, now the next thing is apps. So these are all of the apps that I use. I would recommend to use Essential Countdown for sure. That allows you to put countdowns on your website. So that is something that will help increase the urgency and make people want to buy, or it will make people have that urgency so that they actually buy things quicker, and it makes it an urgent decision for them. We'll just make people more likely to actually buy your stuff. What else? No fraud protection. This one it screens your orders. They have a free plan, so that's just for some fraud prevention. You guys could get it if you want, because they do have a free plan. It's like up to 200 orders, I think. Klaviyo is what I use for email and SMS marketing. Address Validator Plus helps validate addresses. ChargeFlow is a chargeback app, which I don't really use, but anyways, with apps, Then what you can do is also go to other recommended apps. So you have like review apps. Basically, the apps in Shopify are just like add-ons to your website. So they just allow you to do more on your site. So, for example, this product review app. You download this app into your Shopify store, and then now you can add reviews to your Shopify, which you can also add reviews through Shopify. But the benefit of adding an app is that it's going to make it an easier process, and then they will also have more customization and stuff. But yeah, they literally have, there's a ton of different apps. If you go to the Shopify App Store, you guys don't really need many apps. Definitely just like email and SMS marketing, which I would use probably Beehive and Postscript, which I have links you guys can use for that because they both have free plans available and they're very easy to use, very user friendly. But yeah, I think that's everything. Alright guys, I forgot to add one last thing is the terms of service, privacy policy, all of your policies. Basically, if you are in Shopify, go down to your settings, and you can click this policies button down on the left. And here is where you can add in your policies. So you're going to add in your return and refund policy. This is what I do, but for you guys, you might just want to do all sales are final. Obviously, depends per person what you want to do. Terms of service, basically Shopify will just use templates, so it does all of it for you. So look, it just inserted this entire template for me. And all I have to do would be, oh wait, there it is. You just want to make sure that you insert this stuff. So what you could do is press Control F and then search for these brackets and add in, link to refund policy, all that shit. Then you just click save. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. Same thing with the privacy policy. You can use automated policy, switch that on, and then boom, that shit already done. Like, damn, wait, I should low-key do this. This is a new feature. I don't think they've been doing this forever. That's kind of fire. Alright, shit. Oh, wait, but I also have the PostScript one down here, so. What the? 2020? That's before I even started. What the fuck? Alright, so I'm going to add that in. We're going to use theirs, so now it's updated from today. Jesus. Yeah, I would just do this for sure. Then shipping policy. I obviously pasted in my shipping policy. Yours is going to be different. Quick little pro tip for you guys though. Don't ship to these countries. All the other countries though, you can ship to. Just don't, this little list right here, don't ship to them because they're high risk order countries. So it's likely that if you get an order from here, they will end up being a high risk order, potentially fraudulent. And these, it's just better to avoid them. And yeah, just enter in all this information. Very simple. And you definitely want to add this on your website because it's one of those things that makes your site professional and legit and legal. This is a legal requirement to have these things, so I'd definitely have this here. Well, I think that wraps it all up for building a successful website. A clean website. So, to summarize, your website should be clean, it should be simple. You should eliminate as many roadblocks as possible for your customers. Make it as easy as possible for them to order. Your website should look legit. It should look like a trustworthy website. It should not look scammy, and it shouldn't be overcomplicated like that other theme I showed you. And less is more. So, really just keep it simple, guys. And I think that's it. So, peace. Alright guys, now the next thing is going to be your domain name for your website. So if you guys don't know what a domain is, it is just the name of your website. And this video is actually sponsored by .store domains. So a .store is pretty much the same as a .com. However, a .store is better for people selling stuff online. So I actually use a .store domain for my business, clothing brand library .store. And the reason why it is better for selling stuff online is because they did a detailed study that showed you can get up to 87% more traffic and a 2 times higher ranking on Google with a .store domain. So by just having a .store domain, you can get more people on your website and rank higher on Google. Now, the reason why this actually works is because when people see that you have a .store domain, they instantly know you are selling stuff online. And so I personally use this. And to name a few other people who also use a .store domain, you've got Cristiano Ronaldo, iShowSpeed, Rihanna, Emirates Airlines, and Mr. Beast. And so they gave me a code for you guys. So you guys can get a .store domain for only 99 cents for an entire year. So literally less than $1, you can get the domain for an entire year. So to get your guys' .store domain, check the description for the link or use code EBBN. Now once you guys get your domain, all you have to do to connect it to your website is just go to settings in Shopify and then go to domains. And then you'll just type in the name of your domain. All of it is pretty easy and straightforward. If you guys get it from .store, they have tutorials on their website how to do it. It takes like 2 minutes maybe. So then once you do that, you'll just want to double check inside of Shopify and make sure that the domain is properly set up and connected.
All right, guys. Now we got the fun part, actually designing winning products. So step 1 is starting with the right questions. Most people start designing by thinking, what would sell? What would make my brand successful? That is wrong. Don't do that. Think deeper than that. So here is a list of questions to get you started on the right path. So, why am I even designing this stuff in the first place? Besides to make money. What's a product if I saw as a consumer, I would instantly buy? What about it made me want it so badly? And also thinking about in the past, if you do buy clothing from other brands, what made you buy it? So like thinking, what made me be willing to spend my hard-earned money for this piece of clothing, and think about what that reason is and how you can implement that into your designs and into your brand. Again, or adding to that, also think about what you hate about other brands and how to avoid that in your designs. Next, if I had unlimited resources, how would I make this perfect? What does my perfect product look like? What would I love to wear every single day? What's a product that I would regret not making if somebody else dropped it first? What details, materials, and concepts can I push further than anybody else? What is my unique angle? What makes me unique? How can I incorporate that into my design? Where do I see a gap in the market? What is a product the market needs but does not have yet? If I could only design one piece for this entire year, what would it look like? If I was designing for my dream customer, somebody who truly gets my brand, what would they expect from me? And this one, I guess I already said this, but what do I personally hate about most clothing brands? How can I make sure that my design avoids that? And, your entire brand in general. So don't settle for the first idea that comes to mind. Keep refining, keep pushing. If you are not excited by what you're making, nobody else is going to either. Okay, so hopefully these questions help set you guys off on the right path. Please, it's deeper than money. It has to be deeper than money, or else you're just going to blend in and probably make some garbage. Real shit. All right, step 2, research and gather inspiration. So before designing, deep dive into what is working, not to copy, but to learn from what sells. So look at top brands in your space. What pieces get the most engagement? What is consistently selling out? So, go to those top brands, Instagram accounts. And when I say top brands, I'm not saying like go to Nike's account. I'm talking about like underground brands that are, less than 300,000 followers, I would say, but probably even less than that, like 100,000, less than 100,000. See which posts of theirs are getting the most engagement. What are people commenting? Like, are people asking, like, when is this dropping? Is this restocking? Whatever. Like, noticing which pieces of content have the most views, highest engagement, stuff like that, and just take note of what is working well for them. Next, save 20 plus references of products that are visually striking. So notice and just take note of what details make those products pop. Next, study how the best brands separate themselves. Is it the fit? Is it the material, the graphics, the construction, the presentation? And then if you already have customers, look at your past sales, look at what worked for you in the past, and then also look at what flopped, what didn't work and why it worked or why it did not work. So winning products leave clues. Your job is to absorb that information, then push it further. So again, we are not just looking at these winning designs to copy it and steal their success. We're looking at it so that we can be inspired by it and use it, spin it in our own unique way, put our unique angle on it, and create something new that people haven't seen before. Something that is truly unique. And that's not easy. So it takes a bit of time and a bit of effort, but this is the place, designing your products, this is the place to spend a lot of your time and a lot of your effort because it really is so important. All right, guys, next up, step 3. Push your design to the next level. So now that you know why you're designing and you have those questions to lead you, it is time to start sketching and bringing those ideas to life. Once you have your concepts, don't stop there. Keep going. The difference between an average and an insane winning product is how much you actually refine that product. So think about writing an essay in school. First, you think of a general idea, you figure out your direction, then you write a rough draft. After that, you go back and make edits. Once you've made edits, you get peer reviews. After peer reviews, you make more edits. And you might even go through 2 or 3 more rounds of personal edits and peer feedback. Then you submit it for the teacher review. The teacher sends it back with notes. So you go through another round of edits. And then after all of this, you finally submit your final copy, which is the best version possible, assuming that you put in the work. So think of designing your products the same way. One of the biggest mistakes people make, which is a big mistake that I've made in the past, is they stop once the product is good enough, once the design is acceptable. So once it's good enough to be submitted, good enough that it might sell, good enough that it might be a hit, but then boom, it flops and you have D and C grade work. And you also just wasted months of your time. So very crucial step. And why is that? It's because they skipped all the refinement stages. They released a rough draft instead of a final version. So great takes time and a lot of effort. Just do not be lazy. If your design looks like something that already exists, then you are not done. Alright guys, so listen, I cannot stress how important this is. Once you have a design, you are going to probably have that personal bias in saying damn, this shit is fire. But you need to push it. If you really want to push your design to that next level, then you need to go through those revisions, You need to also let the design have time to sit, You might make a design on Monday, and then on Friday you're like, what the fuck? That was so bad. Even though on Monday you thought it was the most fire design ever. And that's the thing too that happens with a lot of people, is that they have these personal biases towards their own designs because it's their brand or they made it, and so they're proud of themselves for making it. But in reality, the design isn't very good, and they're just proud of themselves for making it. So to do this, what you guys can do is when you make your designs, give it time. Keep asking yourself, can this be better? Send it to the Discord so people can rate it. You get that peer review, get that feedback, so you can take what you hear and improve the product and just keep going through those revisions until you finally, days or weeks later, you have this product that you say, this shit is fire, and I've put in the time to go through those revisions, and I truly believe that this product is as good as it gets. Now, next up, we got some creative thinking cheat codes. So if you are stuck, these creative thinking methods will help you generate winning ideas and think outside of the box.
So the 1 + 1 = 3 rule. Take two already proven concepts and merge them into something new. So I talked about this a little bit when I was showing you guys the winning product examples. A lot of those designs are taking two things and just merging them into one. For example, that knit jersey, the soccer jersey mixed with a knit sweater, boom, merge it into one, winning product. And so obviously that's already been done. You're going to have to find some, new real estate for that one because that one's taken. But definitely good creative thinking, good way to come up with new ideas. Or you can take two very unfamiliar concepts and create something new. So, for example, modern streetwear designed by a 13th century Roman knight. That would get you some, pretty unique ideas going. Next up, evoke a strong emotion. The best designs make people feel something. So, nostalgia, rebellion, exclusivity, whatever it is, identify what feeling your design taps into and think about how can you really make it spark emotion in people. So really great designs, great brands make people feel something. And that is really like when a brand if you have good branding, your customers and your audience feels something from your brand. It's deeper than just the clothing itself. Next, build in storytelling. So people connect with products that feel like they mean something. So make a product with a story behind it or built into it. So maybe the design itself even tells a story, or maybe there are hidden messages or Easter eggs in the design that give it that depth. So that, people know there is this deeper meaning to it. They will connect with that. And even if it's an Easter egg, or hidden messages, then it's just adds this element of surprise to it where it's fun and people are curious about it, and then you only find out if you buy it. Next one, obsess over fit and materials. So use the highest quality materials possible or make a new silhouette that people haven't seen before. Add crazy detail, a complex embroidery with 1 million stitches. Add 100 patches to a jacket. 10 hidden design elements or Easter eggs and so on. Push it to the limits. Use extremes. So, the biggest, the smallest, the fastest, the fanciest, the ugliest, the baggiest, the loudest, and so on. And so pushing, you might not end up going with any of these designs that you push to the extremes, but it's about, expanding your mind out of the box that most people are trapped inside of a box in what's acceptable, and doing this helps you break those boundaries and really think outside of the box. Next one is the shotgun method. So set a timer for 10 minutes and make 20 designs. So with this, you're actually using a pad and pen, not on your computer. Literally sketch out the designs. It doesn't matter if you are terrible at drawing, just get the ideas flowing. And this, breaks perfectionism and gets ideas flowing. And you can just repeat this as many times as you need. I promise you, if you have 20 designs, one of them is going to be, somewhat decent enough that you can at least expand on it. And then you can set another timer for 10 minutes, just expanding 20 more designs based off that. And you keep doing it until you have, something that you feel good about. And then at that point, you can make a digital version of it. Next one, the world's first. So what could you create that the world has never seen before? The world's first hoodie with blank, whatever. Flip it upside down. Think of what everybody else does. What is the exact opposite of it? And last one, assume a new role. So, for example, if Neo from the Matrix designed this hoodie, what would that look like? So you can think of, obviously this would have to be somebody who aligns with your brand, but this can also be a great way to, think outside the box. So hopefully that helps you guys think outside the box. Okay, next up we have the S-tier test. So this is the best method to visualize and understand how good your product actually is. So if you play video games, you are probably familiar with S-tier ranking through B-tier.
So S tier is the top. It's the best. Obviously, F is the worst. So winning products are in this yellow-green part right here. S tier and A tier. That's a winning product. Anything below B tier, C, D, and F, this is all, flop products. Average to not so great. So avoid being here. And these winning products are in the blue ocean, red ocean down here. We'll talk about that more in a bit. But going here into the definitions of each one. So an S tier product is a viral product that sells itself. You drop it and it instantly sells out because the demand for it is so high and you barely even have to market it because it's that good. And people are willing to pay whatever price necessary because it's so good and they can't get it anywhere else. So S tier is what you should be striving for, to make your designs as good as possible, that it's an instant sellout. Demand is so high, barely even have to market it because it is that good. A tier, also great. It is a great product. It's not an instant sellout, but it's still a damn good success. So it takes little marketing effort. It doesn't have the same viral spread as an S tier product, but if you can get the A tier product in front of the right eyes, you get lots of sales. So using examples from what I showed you earlier, an S tier piece would be like those Bad Sun overgrowth pants. They dropped that, instantly sold out. People are willing to pay a high price, and it was a viral product. It sold itself. I don't know how many shares there was on there, but I guarantee you thousands of shares. And yeah, it really sold itself. So they didn't have to spend a bunch of money on ads to show it to people because people are sharing it on their own. So that would be an S tier product. An A tier product would be like that, like the God Heals hoodie. It's, I mean, I don't know if I would call that a great product, honestly, but point being is that if you get that hoodie in front of the right eyes, people will buy it. So I guess, it might be bordering between B and A, but leaning towards A because getting in front of the right eyes, people are going to buy it. Now, B tier, it's a good product. So the key word here is good. So just kind of average, people have seen it before. Yes, it's cool, but is it worth the money? There's better products out there, but if you convince me well enough, I will buy it. So, these are just products that you see and you're like, it's all right. I don't know. I might wear it. I don't know if I'd spend my money for it, but, if you can convince me well enough, like if I see a certain influencer wearing it or whatever, I might buy it. Why the fuck does it keep doing it? Next up, we got C tier. So pretty average piece. People are only buying this if it is a really good deal, aka cheap. So it's pretty hard to sell without really good and really creative marketing or having a ton of influencers wearing it. So you're going to have a pretty hard time selling these C tier pieces. You're going to have to put a lot of effort into marketing. Now, D tier, this shit is ass. Good luck selling it. This is the type of product you see and say, what the fuck? Who would wear this? Now, F tier, dog, this is a fucking abomination. The manufacturer shouldn't have even let you produce this hideous piece of work. If you show this to 1 million people, you would still have 0 sales. So, obviously, you want to avoid this shit down here. And so outlining this more with S tier, A tier products, winning products, your ad spend, the product is so good that it sells itself. People share the fuck out of it. So you don't even need paid marketing, and when you do actually spend money on ads, you don't have to spend that much money because you're going to have such high conversion rates on those ads. And on the bottom here, for an F tier piece, or any of these really, you're going to be spending a lot of money on ads and getting pretty terrible results. So you actually have to spend more money and get worse results. Where here, you spend less money and get better results. And then for pricing, you can charge a higher price and people don't complain at all because they can't get that product from anywhere else. And it is well worth that premium price point. And, you can charge whatever price you feel it's worth because they can't get it anywhere else. Whereas down here, people are going to be complaining about the price. Looks like I didn't finish. What the fuck? People are going to be complaining about the price, and They're going to be comparing it with other brands, thinking like, I could buy this here, but this other brand has a better deal and better branding and whatnot. And you're going to miss out on a lot of sales. And you're also going to have pretty shitty margins because people aren't going to be willing to pay a higher price for it. Now, coming over here to the red ocean versus blue ocean. So there's a book called Blue Ocean Strategy. It's a good book. I would recommend to read it. This is an analogy from that book. So over here you have the blue ocean. You got this one fisherman and he's fishing in this entire open sea. Over here in the red ocean, you have all these fishermen competing in the same space, all trying to catch these fish. And there's just a bunch of competition and it's ugly, a lot of sharks in the water. So B through F tier is in the red ocean. So you're competing with everybody else. You have to compete on low prices. You have higher ad spend with worse results. You blend in with everybody else. You have to work way harder to sell your pieces and you're cooked. S and A tier pieces, on the other hand, in the blue ocean, you create your own uncontested market space, making competition irrelevant. You have your own lane, unique to your brand only. You can charge whatever prices you feel the product is worth. You have lower ad spend with better results, and selling your products requires little effort. So the S tier test is just really a very simple and easy way to visualize, where your design stands. And without labeling it like this, it can be a little tricky to figure out where exactly your design is. And, really coming back to these pieces, looking at these, what of these are S tier versus A tier? I would say like S tier right here, S tier, S tier, A tier, A tier, A tier, A tier. Probably A tier. And if we also looked on Instagram feed and looked through other designs, it's pretty easy to see because now we understand the labels between here, so clearly can define a B tier product because it's a good product, it's nothing crazy, it's good, kind of average, people seen it before, not worth the money. Now, next up, common mistakes that people make when designing products. Alright, so most people don't fail because they're bad at designing. They fail because they overlook obvious mistakes that could have been fixed before launching. So here is what ruins a product before it even drops. First is it's cool, but no strategy. So just because something looks good doesn't mean it will sell well. So listen up. If you design a cool product, that is not enough. Yes, most people would wear it, but the real question is, are they willing to pay money for it? So this, you are in B tier territory. Most people would wear it, but they're not going to pay their money for it. So ask yourself, does this product truly stand out or offer something new and unique that would make people be willing to spend their hard-earned money on it? And, again, put yourself in the consumer's shoes. Think from their perspective, if I was looking at my brand, would I be willing to spend $115 on this hoodie? And that way you can, put yourself, see through the eyes of your customer and kind of get a unbiased feel for your designs. Next is overcomplicating the design for no reason. So more details do not automatically mean a better product. If your piece has too much going on, people won't know where to focus and it will just feel messy instead of intentional. So every design choice should have a clear purpose. Don't just add things just to add things. So if you are adding details, that's great. Just do it with intention. 3 is personal bias. So I talked about this a bit. This is the biggest reason most brands drop just mid products. When you make something, you're naturally biased toward it because you created it yourself. So you put in the effort. So in your head, it feels better than it actually is. This is why, you design something that you thought is so fire on Monday, and then Friday you realize it was terrible. So you might think, wow, this is fire, but in reality, you're just proud of yourself for making it. So that doesn't mean it's actually good. So these are those drunk glasses I was talking about earlier, which I didn't talk about in this video, but you know, when you're drunk, you see somebody at the bar or whatever, and you're like, damn, that person's super hot. And then you wake up the next day and you say, what the fuck was I thinking? So get real feedback before launching, before placing that bulk order, before placing the sample order. So show it to people who will be honest, not just friends who don't want to hurt your feelings. Don't show it to your mom because she's not going to want to, unless you have a, blunt parent. But anyways, post teasers and see if people actually care. So if you already have a following, you can show it to your followers. Post a poll, say, do you guys want this? Or even just post ins, like if people are sliding up and saying, like, this is fire, when are you dropping it? Then you might have something good. Obviously, it depends on how many people are actually sliding up, but if nobody is showing support on it, or asking when it drops, then it's probably not that strong. And so you can do this once you have samples too. So let's say you get a sample in the mail, start posting on TikTok like 1 to 3 times a day. Just posting the video, not trying to sell it, just, posting the video with the product and see if people are interacting with it. Because if nobody's interacting with it, then it's probably not a great product. Next is ignoring market demand. So if a certain style or silhouette is selling out everywhere, that is a clue. But people ignore it because they want to be different. They want to, create the next big thing. But really, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. So trying to force originality just for the sake of it is not smart. Some of the best brands take existing demand and just put their own spin on it. So look at what's already working and find a way to do it your way. So I want to be really clear here. We're not looking at, what's the top selling product so we can just copy it and, steal the success and like take a piece of somebody else's pie. What we're doing is just seeing what is working so that we can put our own unique spin on it. And this goes for product, and this goes for content. It goes for, your TikTok videos. Look what is already working. Look where the demand is, and then find a way to put your own unique spin on it, because you're using what's already proven to work, but you're doing it in your own unique way. And so that would be another mistake, is that people do that and they don't do it in their own unique way. They just copy and then they blend in. 5th, cheap execution. So you can have the most fire design in the world, but if the fabric is cheap or the print quality is terrible, people are going to notice, and they will notice through your photos too. People judge the perception of your brand before they ever buy it. So invest in better blanks, better materials, and better production. A higher cost up front is better than getting a reputation of cheap quality. And another thing that I like to think about is, yes, you might spend more now. Like, let's say you have manufacturer A offers you $25 per hoodie, but manufacturer B offers you $35 per hoodie. Most likely, manufacturer B is going to be a lot higher quality, and, you should be able to tell that it's higher quality. And even though it's $10 more, well, if you're selling the first hoodie $25 and then you decide to sell that hoodie for $75, then the one that you pay $35 for, you can just sell that one for $85 or for $90. And because it's higher quality, people will see that. Trust me, people look at the details. People who actually are buying it will be looking at the details, like looking, what GSM the hoodie is and shit. So it's better to spend more money in the front and then just charge customers more, because there are people who are willing to invest in quality. So don't be cheap and just go with, the cheapest manufacturer, the cheapest fabrics. Like, don't use polyester and shit like that. Wouldn't recommend it in most cases, but that's a different story. Number 6 is pricing it wrong. So if your product looks like something that should cost $200, but you price it at $80, people will assume that it's cheap.
And on the other hand, if you try to charge a premium price, but the quality doesn't match, then people are not going to buy it. So make sure that your perceived value matches the price. People will pay more only if they believe it is worth it. So that's what I'm saying, is that people judge the quality of your brand before they even make a purchase. And most of the time, most brands are in this boat where they have cheaper products trying to make people think it's premium. And in that case, you really just need to focus on making products that are premium quality, that are actually really nice. And the other thing is, when people have designs that are really nice and it, objectively looks like a very expensive design, but they don't charge enough for it because they're scared that people won't buy it. And so in that case, you got to get out of your comfort zone and take the risk selling it for a higher price. And with that, I would just say, send your designs to the Discord and I can give you feedback on it personally on how much, you should actually price it. Same with everybody else in the Discord can say, ask people, how much would you pay for this? And just see what results you get. One thing I will say is, don't ask people on TikTok how much they'll pay for it, because everybody on TikTok is broke apparently. And is like, anytime I've done that on TikTok, they're like, probably like $40. I'm like, dude, okay, clearly you have no money or you're in high school. So just send it to the Discord. I will give you honest feedback on it. Next one is dropping without hype. So even the best designs will flop if nobody knows that they exist. A lot of brands spend months making a product, then they just randomly post it and expect people to buy it. So if you're dropping a product, people should be asking for it before it ever releases. So tease it, build demand, and make it feel exclusive. So this is really a mistake that I see a lot of people make. This is really a problem when you have somebody who is a really talented designer or, a really talented creative, but they aren't so knowledgeable on the business side of things. And, so they have this really great product and they just release it, expecting people to find it. But the thing is, even if you do have an S tier product, like, people are going to start sharing it, but you still need to put some fuel on the fire. Like, you have to, post video content daily, and you might have to spend a little bit of money on ads, to get the ball rolling. And you just can't expect people to find it on their own. So a clear example of this is with the bottle opener trucker hats that I released. So that, I would say, is an A tier design. It's the design, whatever the design, not great. I don't even really like it that much, honestly. But unique aspect to it, the bottle opener on it. And that design, when I released it, it was a flop technically when I released it because nobody bought it. Like, I sold 2 of them in the first 2 weeks, and those 2 orders were to friends. But once I figured out how to get that product in front of people, get it in front of the right eyes, people bought it, instantly. Like, I literally had a promotion go live and I had 10 orders within literally an hour, which was so absurd at the time. And so you really just need to understand how to build hype, which I will go over more. But don't make this mistake of just releasing a product thinking that people are going to find it, and releasing a product before, you test the demand and have anybody actually asking for it and actually wanting to buy it. Next one is not getting feedback. So instead of guessing or just hoping it works, use real world feedback to know if your design is actually strong. So again, post teasers, see if people are actually reacting to it, run polls, give people options and see what gets the best response. If you have 2 samples or 2 designs, run a poll on it. Ask for real feedback, show it to people who aren't biased and will actually tell you the truth. And again, send it in the CBL Discord. So every design you make should be vetted through the Discord so you can get honest feedback from each other, from me, before you release it. And I will also say, in there,
everybody in the Discord is going to benefit the most from honest feedback, even if it's brutal. Don't be an asshole, but it's better to be blunt and tell people how it is than sugarcoat it and, say, you might probably be good. So that's why I love the S tier ranking system, because it's much easier to just slap a B on it than tell somebody it's ass. Okay, last one is the design checklist. All of this will be in the accelerator document, by the way, so don't worry. Design checklist. So is your product actually ready? So before you finalize your design, run it through this checklist. And if your product does not check most of these boxes, then you are not finished. So before you sample a product, before you place your bulk order, run it through this design checklist. So first thing, ask, why are you designing this piece? What solution does it provide? What meaning does it have just beyond making money? 2, can it be better? Is this portfolio worthy work for you? Imagine you're making a portfolio with all of your designs. Is this something that you would put on it and feel proud of? Is this the best work that you've ever done? Is this, designs like stuff that you will take to the grave with you and be proud of? And will it blow other brands out of the water? Is it that good to blow everybody else out of the water? 3, what makes this piece stand out? Is this something that will grab attention, or will it just blend in? What is the unique, remarkable, or thing that has that wow factor to it? 4, does the vision hold up in real life? So close your eyes and imagine yourself wearing this piece in great detail. Now imagine other people wearing it. Imagine celebrities wearing it, influencers wearing it. How does it look and fit in real life? Imagine, really try and picture this. Imagine you go to the grocery store and see somebody wearing this design. What are your honest thoughts on it? Are you seeing this and say, damn, that shit is fire? Or you're like, honestly, it kind of just looks like everybody else, or it's not that great. 5th, does this align with your brand's aesthetic and vision? So looking at your mood boards, does it feel like it belongs? Look at your target customer profiles. Are they going to like it? Look at pieces you've released in the past. Does it align with those pieces? Because if not, you're just going to be confusing customers. And obviously, if you are taking a different path with your branding, it's a different story. But otherwise, it should align with the other products you've already released. 6, imagine a competitor releases this exact same design. If your logo's on it, just change it to their logo. But same design. What are your honest thoughts? So really take a step back and really try and picture this in great detail. What do you honestly think about it? Is it still fire when this other brand is releasing it? Or does it just seem lazy and blend in, or like a cash grab? And really thinking about this in detail will help you remove some of that personal bias where you think of a brand that you actually know. For you guys, you can think, if Omniworld released this piece, what would my honest opinion be of it? 7, think about this piece in the long run. Will you look back in 5 years and still be proud of this? Or are you just riding a short-term trend that will eventually die out? 8, this one I like. This one is very helpful, honestly. Does it pass the repost page / viral video test? So this is what I used to call the archive page test. So think about if a fashion creator, an influencer made a video about your product. Is it unique enough and have the wow factor for that video to go viral? Or are they just throwing it on and talking about another basic piece that everybody's already seen? So, think about an influencer unboxing your hoodie, and they're like, we got this new hoodie. Oh, cool. Baggy hoodie with puff print. That's not going viral. So think about if somebody unboxed that, does it have that wow factor that it would go viral? Next one is with the archive page test. Jesus. If a fashion repost or aesthetics page, so Das Archive, this is a archive page. or welcome.jpg, very big account. I'm sure most of you guys have seen them. If one of those accounts posted your item, is that post going to perform well? Or is it just going to blend in with everybody else? And so thinking about this will help you understand, when you're advertising, putting this product in front of other people's eyes, are people actually going to latch onto it, or is it just going to be another piece that they keep scrolling past and forget about? 9, have you gotten feedback from your audience or a trusted source? So are people actually hyped for this product? Have you sent your design in the Discord for feedback? Have you tested reactions before committing to production? So really do not skip this step because it is so important. 10, would this be somebody's favorite piece in their closet? Would somebody be excited to wear this all the time? Does it have that special factor that makes it feel irreplaceable? So if your design does not check all of these boxes, don't drop it yet, fix it, refine it, or move on to the next idea. And a great product really takes so much time and effort. The difference between a forgettable drop and an instant success is really how much energy you're willing to put in to push your design further and push it to that next level. All right, guys, well, that is it, and I hope that was really helpful. Again, please spend a lot of time here. Cannot stress how important it is to put a lot of your time. Like when people are talking about 80-20 rule, this is your 20% that really matters and will result in 80% of your outcomes, is making a really fucking good product. And it's like that analogy with, you're either pushing the rock up the hill or you're pushing it down. And trust me, it's so much better if you can start at the top of that hill. And the way you do that is with a winning product. So hope that was helpful.
Okay, so here we are in Procreate. Procreate is an app. It does cost money. It's about $8, I think. But in my opinion, it is very well worth it. Here you can see some of the designs I've been making. I'm going to show you guys how to make realistic clothing designs like these. So first up, we're just going to create a new document. I'm going to use the square size right here. I'm going to click this wrench in the top left, go to Canvas, click Drawing Guide, Edit Drawing Guide, click Symmetry, and we're going to do Vertical Symmetry. And I'll just click Done up here. So now we are on this layer with the assisted symmetry. So anything I draw on this side will be reflected to the other side. For the brush, I'm going to go use the monoline brush under calligraphy. And so if you click on the brush and go to stabilization, I have it pretty stabilized. The stabilization helps to just draw smoother lines, so you can see that it smooths out a little bit. Rather than if I have the no stabilization on, it's very rough and it's not going to look as smooth. So we're going to do monoline with the stabilization. All right, so I'm just going to make a hoodie. So I imported this photo of a hoodie that I can sketch for the outline. So I'm just going to make sure this is lined up in the center of the document. And then I'm going to create a new layer, click on this, and put drawing assist on it. And then I'm going to double tap the hoodie layer to lower the opacity a little bit, down to about 40%. And now I'm just going to draw the whole outline of this hoodie. And then if you have any parts that are not symmetrical, you just want to turn the symmetry off and then draw that in. Now that I drew the outline, I'm just going to remove the image. All right, here we have the outline. I drew a different hood on it because the first one looked a bit weird. But now that we have the outline, I'm going to create a fill layer. I'm also going to rename this while we're here. So I'm just going to rename this outline. I always like to say organized in here so it doesn't get super messy. And then I'm going to swipe left to duplicate it. And then on this first layer, I'm just going to take the eraser tool and erase some of these lines right here. So it doesn't matter that we are doing this because we have the other outline above it. But as you can see, this is all broken up now. And this will allow me to add this fill right here. If we had done it on this outline without breaking up, it wouldn't fill the entire thing. So that's why I'm erasing different parts of it. So now we have this fill layer here. So I'll rename this as well. I'll just either call it fill or color. I'll just make this dark gray for now so we can see those lines. Then I'm going to add another layer. This one we're going to rename stitching. And you can see right here I have a custom stitching brush. This brush I bought on Etsy. It was about $2 maybe. So I'm going to do white stitching so you guys can see this. Then we're also going to want to turn on the drawing assist again. All right, so as you can see, this is a stitching brush. So it appears like stitching. So I'm just going to fill in all of the stitching now. All right, there you go. Now we have the entire hoodie drawn. We have all of this stitching here, and it is a pretty good mock-up if I do say so myself. Now, because we have everything layer separated, I can always just turn off this layer with no stitching. I can also press on this layer and click invert, so now all of the thread is black. And then I have this color layer as well, so I can just select this and do a color fill down here, and then I can just choose any color that I want. So we can do this lighter red color, and then I can show you guys how to add a faded look to it as well. So we're going to go to brushes. We're going to find the airbrush right here. I'm going to use the soft airbrush. Then I'm going to use white color for the brush. And then I'm going to make sure it's pretty big. I'm also going to move this layer right above the color layer so that we can set it as a clipping mask. So now everything I draw in here is only going to show up on the color. So what I can do is just add this airbrush here for kind of this sun faded effect, or just faded look in general. So now we have a cool sun faded hoodie. And then you can always mess around with the layer settings as well. So we can turn this to lighten. It'll be a little bit, well, that looks weird, but you can do screen. Just different blending modes can have a different look with it. So the overlay looks pretty nice. And then if we want to change the intensity, we can do the double tap and change the opacity of it. And then now that we have this as the clipping mask, we can still change the color here again. So as you can see, I can just change this any way I want. So if we want a black hoodie with a fade, just adjust the opacity again. We have a nice faded look. So now we have a cool faded hoodie. Now to make this look even more realistic, what we can do is first add some shadows to it. So I'm going to do another new layer with a clipping mask. Should also rename these layers. So I'll just say fade, rename this one shadows. And what I'll do is just use the black brush again with the soft airbrush. I'm going to turn the drawing assist on. And what we can do is just add some shadows around the outside of it. I'll make the color lighter too so we can see better. Make sure you're on the right layer. So we're just adding a little shadow around here. This is just going to help it give it a little bit more depth. So I'm just going to change the opacity and lower that a little bit. Turn it down to like 30%. And then we can also add some texture to this. So I'm going to add another layer again with the clipping mask on. Turn the drawing assist on. And I have some fabric brushes that again I bought off of Etsy. I'm going to make the color layer a little bit lighter for this so that I can draw on the texture with a darker color. I'm going to go darker, and then we can draw on the texture with this darker color. So now you can see we got some good texture on here. And then here we just have the basic hoodie. From here, what I could do is just add some more designs to it. So with the drawing assist on, could add in some panels if I want, or other unique aspects to the pattern. And then just add some stitching to that as well. As you can see, we just have something pretty simple with these panels here. And then you could just put your design on here or do whatever design you want to make. But those are the basics when it comes to Procreate. It's honestly very easy. You definitely will pick it up very quickly. Just make a lot of designs and you'll keep getting better and better. Okay, so now you know how to design clothes on Procreate. Now I'm going to show you guys how to design clothes on the computer using Adobe Illustrator. Alright guys, we are now on Adobe Illustrator on my computer. Adobe Illustrator does cost money as well, but it is definitely worth it. So first up, we're just going to click New File. I'm going to do 2000 by 2000 pixels. A lot of people I've seen will do like 4000 by 4000, but I kind of feel like that's excessive. 2000 by 2000 has worked perfectly fine for me. All right, so we made a hoodie in Procreate. So now I'm going to make some jeans in Illustrator. First up, I just have this reference of some denim jeans, and we're going to use this to trace an outline of. So on layer 1 over here, we have the jeans. I'm going to lower the opacity again down to about 30 to 40%. Then I'm going to create a new layer in the bottom right. I'm going to lock this first layer with the pants on it. Now this second layer, we're going to draw the outline on. So I'm going to click P on my keyboard. That's for the pen tool. So the pen tool just draws lines like this. I'm just going to have an outline with a stroke of about 3 points. And then we're going to do black for the stroke. So now we can just draw a full outline of these pants, and it's on a separate layer. Definitely make sure you are on a second layer so you're not just drawing on the photo. You're going to start by only drawing one side of this. So you'll just trace the entire thing. What you can do with the pen tool is you click it, and while you're holding it down, you can drag it to create curved lines. So we're just going to trace these pants and use the curved lines. So I'm clicking and dragging to make it curved. Just continue tracing this whole thing. And as you can see here, we have this weird line. So I'm just going to click and hold down the option button. You should see that little pointy thing. And then you can click this handle to adjust it. So I'm just going to make it straight right here. And then I'll just bring this back to the center. Now that I have half of the outline done, I can click V, which is going to be the selection tool. And then what we'll do is click on this line path, option drag over to create a duplicate. And then I'm going to go to Object, Transform, Reflect, and Vertical Reflect. So now we have a copy of this side and we have the full outline now. So you're only going to draw half, so you don't have to just draw the entire thing. You can just draw the symmetrical parts and then flip it, similar to how we drew the symmetry on Procreate. Now, because this is not symmetrical, we just have to draw this by itself. I'm also going to lower the stroke weight of this a little bit down to 2. Now we will just keep drawing this thing in. So I'm clicking and dragging to create the curved lines, like I said. You don't have to trace the pants exactly, but just use it as a reference. The nice thing about Illustrator too is you can see I just drew these lines with these sharp angles on them. But I can click on this, press A. That is going to be the other selection tool, the direct selection tool. You'll see these little dots right here, and you can just click on this and drag it to round the edges of them. So now we have that overlap piece right here, and I'll just keep drawing the rest of the jeans. So for curves, you can either do it, just draw the curve like this, and there you have it right there, or you can draw that angle like I said, like this, and then if you click on it, you can just do that rounding thing like I said. So either way, whichever one you prefer. So I'll just do the same thing for this, just round the edges of this, and then because it's the same on both sides, I'll just copy and paste this again, and then Object, Transform, Reflect, just flip it, same pocket on both sides. And then I can press L, which is going to be the circle tool. If I hold it down, pressing Shift, it'll be a perfect circle. Now we have the button, and then I'll just add in some little belt loops. Right now the lines overlap, that's okay, we don't have to worry about that right now. And then so I'll option, click and drag this again to make a copy, and same thing, Object, Transform, Reflect, Vertical Reflect. Now is the same on both sides. And now we have the full outline of the pants, so I will make this photo invisible now. Also going to adjust these pockets because they look kind of ugly in my opinion. Okay, so now because we have both of these sides right here, it's not the same shape, so it's still disconnected. So what we can do is select both of them, and then I'll double click with my mouse and click join right here. So now that this is all one shape, I can add a fill color to it. So we'll just make them blue. Now you can see we have a good outline of some jeans. And then from here too, if you want to adjust it, you can just click A, and that is the direct selection tool like I said. And you can click any of these anchor points and just move them outwards. So if I wanted to just turn these into some big ass bell bottoms, It's very easy to do. So now we got some wide ass bell bottoms, or maybe we want some big ass straight legs. The options are pretty endless, and then obviously you just have to adjust these. You can just click the anchor points and drag them. And obviously we would do it cleaner than that, but just to show you guys how to do it. So I am going to make these a little bit baggier just because I like baggy pants. Alright, so we have a little bit baggier silhouette now. So now we have these shapes up here. They're a closed shape. So I can click I for the eyedropper tool and click on this blue color again, and it will match this same object. So it has the same color as the rest of the pants. And then same thing with this. I'll just click I, click on this one, and it will copy that same color. And now we have a pretty good outline of the pants. The next thing I will do is add some stitching. Okay, so I press P for the pen tool again. And now you can do this on another layer if you want to separate the stitching. I'm going to lock this other layer just so I can draw on it with no interruptions. I want to make sure there's no fill on this one, so I'm going to turn the fill off. And I'm going to do white stitching on these. And so how you do stitching on Illustrator is super easy. You don't need any custom brushes or anything. I'm just going to draw it in like I normally would. So we have these lines right here for the stitching. Obviously that looks like shit. So what we can do is select both of these, click on stroke up here, and then we're going to click dashed line right there. Now you can see we have a dashed line here, but clearly that still looks like shit. So we're going to make some adjustments. We're going to go 1 point, click back on stroke, and right now it's set to 12 point dash, and I'm just going to turn this down to like 2 points. And I can see that looks a lot more like real stitching. And then we're just going to repeat that throughout the entire pair of denim. Okay, now we are all finished with the stitching. As you can see, I'll just make it black so it's easier to see. Now the plus with working on Illustrator is it's much easier to make adjustments to all of this at once. So I can just select all of this stitching right here, make it a bigger stroke if I wanted, so we can change how the stroke looks. We can also change the dashed line like I was doing earlier. So if we want to make this wider, it's just a lot easier to do technical adjustments like this, whereas in Procreate you would have to erase it and redraw all of it. Alright, so now we have a pair of pants designed in Illustrator. Now if you wanted to add some fading to this, Illustrator is kind of whack when it comes to fading because everything in here is vectorized and faded effects do not do very well in vector setting. Photoshop is much easier for adding fading, or Procreate. Now I made these other faded PNGs just overlays in Photoshop, so I'm just going to drag this over it. I'll just set this above here and change the opacity a little bit. So you can see it is a little bit faded and it has more of that all around faded look. And I'm going to put this on a layer above and then lock it so I can still move around on here. But it's still not the best way because it's just sitting on here. Typically, if I were designing on Illustrator and I wanted to add fading or like texture, I would just take this, I would export it, and then bring it into Photoshop and add the fading in there because Photoshop is much better for that kind of stuff. But for now, we're just going to add in this faded overlay, and then I'm just going to change the color of this a little bit. If I want to add a design, I can add a new layer, and then just, if I want to do like some paneling, just draw this down here, and then maybe we want to add another panel right here and make this cool shape. And just make this weird pair of wavy denim. And then maybe we want to add a cargo pocket on the side. Alright, so obviously I just made this design really quickly, but then we can just drag and shift it if we want a symmetrical look. And I'll go up to Object, Transform, Reflect. And then now we have the same design on both sides. Just gonna take away these cargo pockets and then add some stitching and call it done. So for these lines, because they are kind of crazy, I'm just gonna option drag them over to create a stitching line out of it. So I'm just gonna go up to the stroke and add the dashed line here, and then I can come up here and just make sure it goes to the edges. Alright, so I just add some stitching. This is not the best design, but I just wanted to show you guys how easy it is to make designs in Illustrator. And this is also on a separate layer, so if I wanted to turn it off, I can just make that invisible. Alright guys, that is it on how to design clothes in Illustrator. That is exactly how I designed these pants right here. This is a pair of pants that I actually released with my brand. As you can see, it is the exact same stuff. We have all of the wash and the stitching, everything layer separated. And then it's the same thing I did with this hoodie design, chain stitch sweatsuit. Actually, this one is not layer separated, I lied. But regardless, same exact method. And here is another one. You can see I had made this entire puffer jacket in Illustrator. Here are some references I used for inspiration. Got some different colorways. You can even see we have these custom zippers right here, which this is something that I purchased to use. But all of it is the same exact stuff. It is very easy. I promise you, once you keep doing it, it's not that hard to do. Alright guys, let's talk manufacturing. So I was just going to put my manufacturing video into this course because I already made an entire video on manufacturing, how to find your own manufacturer. That video is like 50 minutes long. However, then we got all this tariff shit going on, and we might need a new method. The old method might not work anymore. If these tariffs do stick around and they are at like 150% or 250%, 500%, whatever the fuck ends up happening, then China's not going to be the method. But, so that's why I'm filming this, to give you guys, just want to make sure I'm giving you guys, updated information that is valuable to you, not giving you information that is not going to be worth your time. So, anyways, for finding a manufacturer, let's just say these tariffs stick around and now you can't manufacture in China without paying 150% on tariffs or some other super just stupid high number. Pretty much what you're going to do, honestly, the best way to do it. So people are always looking for some secret method, but literally the easiest way to do it is literally just go on Google and look it up. Like, as you guys can see, I've been doing some research, looking at manufacturers, and really all I'm doing is looking up something like this, streetwear cut and sew manufacturer, low MOQ. So let's say y'all hop on your computers and you go to Google and you're trying to find a new manufacturer. So you just look up streetwear cut and sew manufacturer, low MOQ. So we're just going to look through the results and see what we can find. Obviously, a lot of things are going to come up, but how do we know which ones to trust? We got to figure that out. So that is the tricky part. First thing you want to look for is going to be the low MOQ. So obviously that's why I put that in here. So let's just take a look at this one and see. Whoa. Let's see. Okay, so this is a US phone number. That's going to be one thing to always look at, is look at the phone number because you can see what country it's from. So +1 is US. So yeah, this is in Cali. But one thing to note is a lot of manufacturers in, say, California, they might not be making it in California. They might actually be getting it made in China, and they just have, a US based company that is essentially just a middleman. So you kind of got to peek around and see what's good. Okay, so yeah, this is actually a USA cut and sew company. Minimum quantity 35 to 50 pieces. Pretty solid. So the next thing that you would do, if this looks all good, I would definitely go find their portfolio, see stuff that they've actually made before. Bro, these are like mock-ups, the fuck. So this is not a good sign. That's like, that doesn't even look like they made it. Like this all looks like a drop shipping website. So what I would do next is go to their Instagram, see if there's anything here that looks trustworthy. Yeah, okay, so this is, probably not a good option. We are not seeing really any option or any examples of shit they've really made. It's just looks, like a drop shipping store. Let me scout out another one, and I'll link back up with you guys when I find a good one. Just show you guys what I'm doing, actually. So now let's just look up like a specific country. So good manufacturing countries to look for are going to be Portugal, Turkey. Portugal and Turkey are probably the best ones. Pakistan as well, pretty good options. So for a lot of you guys, honestly, Pakistan is probably going to be the best because it's just going to be like the most straightforward. Pakistan quality is not always the best, but you can definitely find good manufacturers in Pakistan with low MLQs. I mean, honestly, that's the benefit to Pakistan is it's cheaper and you're going to have lower minimum order quantities. So let's take a look at this list. These lists, you'll see a lot of these lists. They can be, I've found some decent manufacturers off stuff like this before, but again, it's going to be the same process. You got to go to their website, try and look for photos of stuff that they've actually made before, go to their Instagram, look at shit. So let's see, for this first one, that's in China, so that's no bueno for now. Ooh, Australia. Let's check out this one. Alright, so Australia. Okay, not bad, not bad. So yeah, I want to see photos of stuff they've actually made before, so that's what I'm really looking for. That's probably the most important thing to look for. So we're heading over to the Instagram. Okay, not bad, not too bad. Okay, yeah, see, this is pretty solid. Like, this isn't, we're not seeing many, like, streetwear examples, but it is looking like a trustworthy place. They're posting sewing videos, so obviously it's a real factory. And so something like this, they haven't made a lot of, like, streetwear stuff, so it might be a little bit of a process just to get your first samples made. But the thing about cut and sew is it's all really, as long as they know how to make your pattern based off of your mock-ups, then you'll be fine. The only problem is not every manufacturer has designers there that can make patterns for you. Like if you tried to work with this company, they might ask you for a pattern, which most people don't know how to make a pattern. I barely know how to make a pattern. I don't send my manufacturers patterns. Like my manufacturers in China, they make the patterns for me. They have designers at the company who do all of that for you, and it's completely free. And so I manufacture all my clothes in China, but now with these tariffs, I've started looking at other options in case, like, I can't do that anymore because of the tariffs. But yeah, China is honestly the best, so I'm really hoping that the tariffs go away soon or lower. And I will always choose China. I just think it's the best. You get low minimum order quantities with very high quality, and they can really just do anything. It's actually pretty insane. And they just have so much capacity to, like, do all of it. Like, enough said, they're the goats. That's all y'all gotta know. So I will show you guys real quick how to find the Chinese ones as well. And you can also find other manufacturers on Alibaba, so I will show you guys how to do that. But first, let's look at another of these. I've actually seen this one before. Oh, bro. ASBX. This one right here. This is a good one. Alright, so this one is in Portugal. Portugal has fucking top tier quality. But with quality comes price. In Portugal, it is going to be a little bit more expensive, but this manufacturer, they do really great work, actually, from what I've seen. I've never worked with them, but 50 pieces. I'm honestly considering working with this, now that the tariffs. Before, like, I can get everything made in China for a lower cost at, pretty much the same, like, all of the quality in China is really, like, top tier as well, and it's cheaper. But, yeah, anyways. This is a good manufacturer, though, and they are based in Portugal. And so, see, the benefit with this one is that you can see so many examples of what they've made, and it's all, like, they have so many good examples of, like, streetwear shit. So they have blanks on their website. Let me show y'all. So they have, like, some pretty fire blanks on their website. So you can see, where's all the photos? Let's just go to their Instagram. So if we go to their Instagram, we are going to see some fire examples. Because I've already seen their Instagram. So look, this is all stuff that they've made before. These are great examples for streetwear. Like, bro, that is hella sick. All of this. And it's low MOQ. So this is a great option. Yeah, really high quality as well. 500 GSM. Very trustworthy manufacturer as well. Because they're also posting some behind the scenes. Always good to see the behind the scenes, so you know it's a legit factory. They could probably even take content photos for you. If you just asked them to do some of this, you could get some content too. So yeah, this is a good one. And as you can see, this was off of one of those lists. So you really just gotta search. Most of y'all are just lazy. I'm sorry, but people are always asking, like, for the shortcuts and shit. Like, literally just go on Google and search. Like, if you spend, like... Okay, here's the thing. I've spent hours researching because it's important to find a good manufacturer. I've spent hours doing it. Y'all are looking for, like, 5-minute solutions. Y'all gotta put in the time to fucking figure it out. So anyways, yeah, there's a good one. Okay, now let's go to Alibaba. Alright, here we are on Alibaba.com. So if you don't know what this website is, it pretty much connects you with manufacturers. This is where I talk to all of my manufacturers and where I've got all of my manufacturers from as well. And most of them are in China. However, not every manufacturer on here is from China. So, pretty much if I wanted to come on here and I wanted a, like, zip-up hoodie, you can get as specific as you want. You could say zip-up hoodie, 500 GSM, custom puff print. Yeah, let's just fucking do that. So, now, we're going to see a ton of examples pop up. But again, how do you know which one to pick? So, the first thing is you're going to want to look at... You want to click verified supplier. That means they are legit. They've been inspected. And you're going to click trade assurance. That is like order protection. It's like insurance for your order. Definitely want that on. And then I always do 4.5 stars and up. Those are about the 3 must-haves on here. You don't really have to select like... usually you can select like OEM. Just means if they can make custom products, but pretty much all of these are going to be able to do custom products anyways. So I would just look at this, like 4.9 stars out of 5. That's pretty damn good. All of these are actually great. The way that you would figure out which one to work with, though, is because all of these companies should be solid. The way you'd figure out which one to work with is by making a tech pack and then sending your tech pack to the manufacturer. And I'll show you guys how to make a tech pack. Tech packs are pretty simple. But, so you would just click chat now and just send them your tech pack and get a quote from all of them and then compare the quote. The things I would ask for is how much does a sample cost, how much does it cost for bulk, and then how much does it cost, or how long will it take to make the sample, and then how long will it take to make the bulk. And those are going to be like the 4 things that I always ask for. And pretty much whichever one has the best prices with the quickest time would be the one that I would go with. And let's say there's a couple that are in the same range, then you can negotiate with them and say, well, this manufacturer told me they can do the sample for 120, Like, can you guys do 110, or could you guys do 120 and do it in a week? You know, just negotiating with them and seeing if they can budge on any of it, if you can get a better deal or get it quicker, anything like that. But yeah, all of these look pretty good. If you wanted to further vet these manufacturers and like make sure that they are like really good, what I would do is go to their profile here. So 4.8 out of 5 stars, 180 reviews. So the thing about Alibaba is there's 180 reviews here, but you can actually find that they will probably have way more than 180 reviews, and I will show y'all. So this is it's weird. I don't know why it doesn't show. Actually, I do know. It just shows the reviews in the past year. So they have 180 reviews in the past year. So that's not all of their reviews. But if you go here, you can see there's 500 reviews with pictures. So then it's like, how is there only 180? But with pictures, there's all these. So, yeah, the way to find out all of the reviews, though, that's not actually the method. The method is to go to their product page. Literally just click on any product, it doesn't matter. And then scroll down. And if you keep scrolling down, keep scrolling down, Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh my god. I passed it. Jesus. What? Hold up. Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. Okay. 2,500 reviews, bro. That's crazy. Are you kidding me? 4.8 with 2,500 reviews? This is a great manufacturer right here. Obviously, with that many reviews. So now, the next thing that I would do, after seeing this, that they do have these fire reviews, is I would click on the with photos and videos one, and look at photos of what people have actually gotten made. And by doing this, sometimes I've actually found a lot of brands that I know personally through the photos. Definitely a couple times, and it's nice because like if you see their brand name, you can look them up on Instagram and just see what customers are saying about the products and shit, like if it's high quality and shit like that. So pretty clutch. As you can see, like this one, this person. It's like, yeah, looks nice quality. So very trustworthy and 5 stars. Everything as I ordered. Definitely buy from them again. So that is dope. Yes, sir. Assembled service. Alright, so yeah, great manufacturer. That is the method. But tariffs might be fucked. So what you would do is on this page here is instead of having it be China. Oh wait, where is it? Bro, what the fuck? You're gonna want to find where they must have just updated this or something. What the hell? Preview. Let me find it and get back to y'all. Oh, I know why it's not showing up. It's because I'm under the product section. So you're gonna want to go to this supplier section here. Same thing. Well, actually, wait to do that. So under suppliers, then we're gonna go to supplier country / region, and we're just gonna select a few of them. So we'll do India. So let me just show you guys real quick before I select the other ones. As you can see, selecting India, 0 reviews, bro. 0 reviews? 0 reviews? See what I'm saying? They just don't have reviews, and it's a lot harder to actually vet them. And they're also not verified either, so that means that they don't have the trade assurance, which is the insurance like I was talking about. And yeah, so India, not a good option on Alibaba, really. But if you go to Pakistan, there are a couple that do actually have reviews. Okay, let's just sort this. Go 4.5 stars and up. So we're getting a couple. You know, not as good, definitely not as many, but at least there's a few. So yeah, let's look at this one. Announce sports. 4.5 out of, or 4.7 out of 5 stars. So not bad, and then they also have photos of their products. Yeah. So then you can just look through their product page, and I would go to see if they have any videos though. Doesn't look like they have videos. So I guess then what I would do is contact them and ask them to send photos of their products. However, there is a much better way to find Pakistan manufacturers, which I will also show you guys. Okay, so that's going to be how you would do it on Alibaba, though. And so you can still search for other ones on there. Like I said, though, China is going to be the best, and it is kind of hard to find other countries on here. They do exist, but not that many of them. So like this one, this is now searching in Turkey. We do have actually, okay, so we got a couple options. Not bad. So it looks like they got some streetwear shit. Okay, and it doesn't work. Alright, let's just show you the other method then. Okay, so now we're on Instagram. This is the other method to find manufacturers. So this is like hella easy. Again, guys, it's easy. Don't overcomplicate it. You just look up low MOQ streetwear manufacturer. We're just going to search that up, and let's see what pops up. Alright, so now let's just take a look. So, this one is by Labware Studios. Y'all can check them out. Let's see, but this one, nope, not that. No. Just gonna keep looking. Okay, no, these are all just brands. We're looking for manufacturers. Wally Apparel. Okay, so this is a manufacturer here. Wally Apparel. So this is a manufacturer in Pakistan. And how you can tell if this is like a good manufacturer though is you're going to look for story highlights like this showing reviews. So it's like, yeah, this is proof that they are actually making clothes and that people are actually happy with it. So yeah, looks solid, you know, can trust that if you order, you're not going to get scammed. And then they have plenty of examples. So a lot of these, though, might not. A lot of these look like they actually just took these photos from other brands. So I don't think they actually made this. A lot of manufacturers do that. However, if you do look, yeah, it looks like they probably are just taking these photos. But what you can do to see stuff that they've actually made, obviously in the highlight like this, and then just going to other highlights, so like production, you can see more. Let's see, I guess not too many examples. So a couple examples, not too many, but again, what I would do is just hit them up. Here's their WhatsApp number. Where's their WhatsApp? There's their WhatsApp number right there. And just WhatsApp them and say, yeah, I'm looking to get, like, I would send them a photo of something similar that you want. So let's say you wanted to make a similar, like, tracksuit like this. Send them this photo and say, yo, I want to make something just like these, or, like, similar to these. Can you send me photos of stuff you guys have made recently like this before? And then you can just see, and if they just send you this, or they're like, oh, we made that, be like, do you have any more photos? Or, like, do you have any videos, like, of it in production or something? Just because, yeah, they definitely just took this off of the brand's page. So maybe they made it, maybe they didn't, but hard to know. But yeah, that is going to be the method. Now when it comes to payments, don't be paying manufacturers without payment protection. Like, so many people get scammed specifically by Pakistan manufacturers. A lot of people have gotten scammed by Pakistan manufacturers before, like new clothing brand owners save up 2 bands and then send it over and just get fucked. But to prevent that, you have to use secure payments. So like that's why it's nice here. It says they have secured payments. So the way that you're gonna do that is by paying with PayPal or Zoom. It's called Zoom, XOOM. And the way to do that is by sending it with through goods and services, not through friends and family. Because if you send it through friends and family, then you have no payment protection, and the chances of you getting scammed are now much higher. Because if you do have the payment protection on and they scam you, then you can just dispute the charge and get your money back, and it's fucking easy. But if you don't have that, then you're screwed if they are scamming you. And that's why so many people get scammed, is because they send money with like Western Union or Cash App or Zelle or Apple Pay, and none of that offers payment protection. So them motherfuckers get scammed and they don't get their money back because they can't dispute the charge. So use PayPal or Zoom, which is actually a service by PayPal. Again, XOOM, Zoom. And yeah. Alright, so here we got the marketing for clothing brands lesson. So just a quick overview. Here's the definition of marketing: the activity or business of promoting and selling products or services, including market research and advertising. So you're essentially just guiding customers through a funnel to eventually purchase your products. So you have a product, you show people why they should buy it, and if you do a good job, they will place an order. So before you start, marketing starts with a great product, and good marketing rarely makes up for a shitty product. So don't be marketing a bad product. Basically, before you start on marketing, you are going to want to have a really solid product, or else all your marketing efforts are just not going to be performing well, and it's just going to be a waste of your time and money. So start with a good product. All right. So here are some actual methods for marketing. Basically, here's the funnel, which we have all of this, which goes into a clean website. And so we're directing our audience to our website to actually place an order. And so we have organic content, which is going to be through Instagram and TikTok, is going to be your primary focus. With Instagram specifically, aesthetics and high quality content is most important. Whereas with TikTok, consistency is much more important. So on Instagram, the way that you actually are presenting the clothes matters much more. And then again, here, less is more with Instagram. Whereas with TikTok, it is something where the presentation is not as important. So on TikTok, consistency is more important, and just really posting every day as much as possible. And that's just the way that those platforms work. TikTok, you can really post more content. You'll see a lot of brands actually just kind of spamming content, which can actually work. It's obviously the content should be high quality as well, but on TikTok you can kind of get away with spamming content. So with TikTok, I would recommend it's best to post like at least once a day. I would say up to like 3 times a day. And with that, you are just going to want to space out your posts. So you might post once at, say, 12 p.m., next post at 3 p.m., and then the third one at 6 p.m. Just because if you post within too close of a time frame, it's actually going to like not promote your content, because they'll see that as technically like spamming the platform. So when I'm saying spamming, I'm really just saying like maybe 3 posts total, because you also want to be focused on posting quality content that's actually going to perform well. So So with Instagram, the aesthetics, like I said, matter much more. Less is more with Instagram. With Reels, so Instagram feed versus Instagram Reels is like a whole different game, where the feed should be very clean and have that like really solid presentation, as well as just being high quality content. And then same thing with the Reels as well, but a little bit less so than the feed. So with the feed, you'll want to have your product flat lays, model photos, stuff like that. That is like very clean and high production. And then for Reels, you can have kind of some similar content to TikTok, but there are different ways that it has to be presented. So for Instagram, the other thing is social proof. So with having less is more, it's better to have, say, 3 posts on your Instagram feed that all have higher engagement versus, say, 10 posts with low engagement. And so with those 3 posts that do have the high engagement, people will come to your feed and see like this post has, say, 500 likes and 50 comments or something. So they can see that people are engaging with the content and that people are commenting on it like, yo, this is sick. I'm going to cop this, or, just cop this, whatever. And so ways you can actually get the social proof too is in the beginning, because you probably don't have as many fans in the beginning of your brand. So what you can do is have friends and family comment on it, just because it's like the analogy with the tip jar. Like if the tip jar is empty, less people actually put money in it. But once you put money in it, people are more likely to actually put more money inside the tip jar. So it's the same thing. Once people see that people are commenting on your post, more people are actually going to comment, because a lot of people do follow the crowd, whether they realize it or not. So with your organic content, you need to have unique messaging, a unique aesthetic, and then a winning product. So you have to think about what makes your brand stand out versus every other brand. Because people, when they're scrolling on Instagram, on TikTok, they're seeing thousands, hundreds of brands, if not thousands, per day. Also getting hit with tons of ads. Like literally every 3 to 5 posts, you'll see an ad. So you have to think about what makes your brand stand out. And that ties back to your foundation of, why did you start the brand? What is it that actually sets your brand apart? And at the end of the day, why are you doing this? Your unique message and reason for existing. So you can play into that with your marketing, which will make your content stand out against other people. And then a winning product, of course, like I said, you shouldn't be marketing without a good product, because it doesn't matter how many people, if you paid to have 100,000 people view your video, but it's a bad product, it's not going to get good engagement because it's a bad product, so it's just not worth doing without a good product. So that's why you focus on the product first. Now the next thing is clean, digestible content. So this, I said, fits in a box. So your content has to be optimized a certain way to perform well, because you want to have content that is unique, but you also need it to essentially fit in the box of high performing content. And so the way that you can figure out what that looks like is just looking at content that has already performed well. So going on Instagram, going on TikTok, finding brands that have results of good content, and just really looking at what they've done and what works for them, as well as what did not work for them. And so it should be unique, but not too out there. So it's kind of striking the balance between having a unique idea, but not being so out there that people don't actually know how to engage with your content, and they're not getting confused by it at all. And so there's also obviously like types of content. So for example, with fashion, a get ready with me video, that's like a clean, digestible piece of content because people understand what a get ready with me video is. They don't see it and it's like this new name that they don't understand what it is. They already know exactly what to expect. All right, next, high quality content. So how to actually get high quality content. In the beginning, I would just recommend to use your phone. Having an iPhone is definitely a plus, like a good iPhone with a solid camera. I just use my iPhone for most of my content. You can invest in a camera if you want, but it's definitely not necessary. And some of the biggest things that actually matter with high quality content is going to be like the backgrounds. So like where you're actually shooting that content, and then the lighting. And those two together are really just going to play a big factor in how well your videos are performing. So make sure you have good lighting. A tip for that is just using natural light. Like you don't need to be buying special lighting equipment and stuff like that, but just using natural light. So like filming by a window, filming outside, stuff like that. And then with backgrounds, what you want to do is, find different backgrounds and actually test how it looks. So film some clips as a test and figure out what works best. So like in my office, for example, when I'm filming content, I tested out like 10 different angles of what looks best. And just seeing like, with the lighting, where does it, like there's parts of my office where I'm filming and my face just has a huge shadow on it and it looks terrible. So I found a place that it looks the best, and that's where I always film. All right, product presentation. Your product needs to be presented in a digestible format. So finding unique ways to present your products, but then also making sure that it is digestible for people. So product flat lays, very good. Flat lay videos as well. So like on TikTok or Instagram Reels, you'll see just a quick, like a video post showing off a product where it's just showing different angles of each product, showing the close-ups of different features, stuff like that. And you just want to make sure that, again, you have really nice lighting in there and then a decent camera. I would just say an iPhone because you want it to also look natural, especially with TikTok. Content that performs on TikTok is really stuff that is very like natural, like kind of raw and authentic. Whereas on Instagram, some of the higher presentation or higher production value can be more beneficial. But with TikTok, actually having kind of that user-generated look to it is really what performs the best. And then, let's see, over here, so trending audios and hashtags. It's definitely good to use trending audios on your videos. It's just an extra way to have people find your brand. And, people will be familiar with the songs too. So it's worth doing for sure. And hashtags, should you use hashtags and which ones and how many hashtags? I definitely think it is worth using hashtags on your content. I wouldn't do too many though, because sometimes when you see somebody's post and they have like the max amount of hashtags under it, it can turn some people away and seem like too pushy. But I think just doing like 3 to 5 total, and then with that, I would recommend doing 2 kind of like broad hashtags. So it might be like fashion and then clothing brand. So 2 to 3 broad ones. And then you can do 2 to 3 like more niche ones. So, or more specific to your video too. So if it's like a video of a hoodie, you can do hashtag hoodie or like hashtag baggy hoodie, oversized hoodie, whatever it is. And then next up we have advertising. So the best way for advertising is going to be with meta ads. So you can also use Instagram Boost, but meta ads allows much more customization. And I actually just ran a test on this this past week. So I boosted a post as a test to see the results. And then I also did the same one in meta ads. And the cost per result was, I think it was like, in meta, it was like 2 cents versus like 25 cents each on Instagram Boost. So way better result in meta, but it is a little bit harder to learn, but it's definitely worth doing. And so with that, you want high performing ads, which, well, obviously with what goes into high performing ads though is a unique product, great content. And with your organic content, you want to use content that has proven to work organically and then put that into Facebook ads. So let's say you post a video on TikTok and it gets more views than normal, then it's proven to work organically, and then you could decide to put some money behind that, and it will more than likely also perform well because it's already proven to work organically, versus if it hasn't, like if the post flopped on its own and then you put ad spend behind it, you're probably just going to waste your money. So with high performing ads, it comes back to the product and then the content of that product. So unique product, great content, and you can have high performing ads. All right. Next up, email and SMS marketing. So I personally use this app called Klaviyo. You can use Klaviyo for email and SMS, but there's also this other app called Beehive for email marketing. And the reason why I recommend Beehive is because they have a free plan that's available. I think it's up to your first 2,000 people, I think, is completely free. So you only pay once you pass like 2,000. And then for SMS, Postscript is a great option because it's very easy to set up. It's very user-friendly. And then they also have a similar, I think it's a 30-day free trial. So you don't have to pay for any of the campaigns that you're sending out for the first 30 days. Okay. So with email and SMS marketing, you are going to want to set up automations. So this is like abandoned checkout, abandoned cart, and a welcome flow. And so basically, when somebody goes to your website and adds a product to a cart or views a product and doesn't actually purchase it, we can have these flows set up so that it automatically sends them an email like, yo, we noticed you didn't check out. Here's a discount code to complete your purchase, or like just reminding you to complete your purchase, and it might sell out soon, whatever. So you want to set up abandoned checkout, abandoned cart, and welcome flow. Those are like the main ones. And then you can also do browse abandonment. So if somebody's viewing products but doesn't actually buy it, but these are definitely the top 3 that I would do. And then for high converting flows, you can add discounts. And basically what that looks like is the first email might just be a reminder. And then if they still don't buy after the reminder, the second email might be, yo, here's 10% off to complete it. And then you could even send a third email if you really are trying to push the sales and say, okay, last chance, here's 15% off or here's 20% off. And that can really help to just get some extra orders. But with that, you have to be aware of your profit margins, that you're not giving away, too many discounts. So just figure out what a number that could work well. All right. So with email and SMS campaigns, you're going to want to send out your email and SMS campaigns on release day. It can also be good to send out a pre-drop reminder as well as a post-drop reminder. So you might send an email like 48 hours before the release or 24 hours before the release and say, just let them know that the product is dropping and, it's limited quantity, whatever, and any incentives that you're running. And then on drop day, sending out those campaigns. And what you can do is also add in those incentives. So you can, throw in a 10% off code for the email and SMS list, or $10 off. I just did that. Or it could just be early access as well. But I think the discount codes definitely help with conversion rates and just, increasing sales. And then so how to actually get your signups and how to grow the list is going to be with those incentives. And then you can also promote that it's, a VIP list. So it's this exclusive list that you get X and X from joining. So you might get early access, you might get exclusive discounts, maybe even exclusive giveaways. There's a bunch of things that you can do. But you're definitely going to want to have some incentives to have people join. All right, next up, we have influencers. So in the beginning, it's going to be best to work with micro-influencers. So that's going to be around 1K to 100K followers. And with these micro-influencers, there's two parts to it, which is one is actually promoting the brand. So when a content creator posts a fit wearing your pieces, that's going to promote the brand and, bring in more eyes to the brand and more followers, more sales hopefully as well. But then with their content that they actually create, you can repurpose that content on your own account. So you can, post a carousel on Instagram saying like X or like at person wearing our blank piece. Or on TikTok, same thing. You could post an image slideshow of them rocking it. Or, pretty much just using their content to show how the product fits on body and just different ways to pull it off. So then you can also use that content on your website as well. Let's see. And then collaborations. So collaborations are a great way to get more eyes on your brand. So there's fashion and archive pages. These are mostly on Instagram, but there's also some on TikTok. You'll see them like top 10 brands you should buy from or something like that. It'll be like a slideshow and it's just a bunch of brands like, best brands out right now. I don't know, stuff like that. But so with Instagram, there's accounts like this one, Undiscovered, or Lowheads, or Das Archive is an archive page, whereas this one is, so with Undiscovered here's an example of the content they post. So you could pay them to feature your brand on their page. So it might be something like this, let's say you had an airbrush piece. You could pay to be featured in this carousel post. So they would post it and say, here's the hardest airbrush pieces around. And then in that slideshow is your product. And this is a great way to market your brand because this account already has social proof built into it, both of these accounts. And a lot of the people who follow these accounts are actually ready to purchase already. So they're like actively looking for products to buy. So when one of these posts go up, a lot of people are actually going to be ready to buy the products. And archive pages are definitely not as good as they used to be. I used to use archive pages quite a bit, but that was in like 2021 and 2022. They were really popping off a lot more. Now, if you look at them, a lot of them will have like hidden likes because the engagement is low, and it's just kind of hard to gauge. And with archive pages, it really only works if you have a really unique product that stands out visually. So if it doesn't stand out visually, it's probably not going to perform well, and it probably will be a waste of money. And so just the way that you get onto these pages, you just will send them a DM and then see how much they charge. So a post, I've actually gotten a post on this account or both of these before, and it's in the range of a few $100 typically per, maybe around, it depends on the size of the account, but with archive pages in the past, I would pay maybe $50 to get on a page like this. Not as big as this one though. This page I worked with, and it was maybe $150, $200 for a post or something. And it'll be pretty similar for accounts like this as well. But definitely a great option. Like I said, already social proof built into it, and then a lot of customers are actually ready to buy. So with all of this stuff, this is all just different methods to marketing to actually get people to your website. So once they land on your website, it needs to be a clean website, because you have to think about it that everybody is going to go through the website. So it doesn't matter if you have, like, you could have a great product and great marketing, but then your website sucks and it doesn't work. That's going to affect your sales and people aren't going to buy it. So it needs to be clean, and it needs to be easy to purchase. So it needs to be like streamlined and just very simple. That's what I recommend in the beginning, is keep your website as simple as possible. So somebody gets on the site, immediately they know that you are a clothing brand, and they see what stuff you're selling, and it's all easy to read. None of it is confusing. There's not like music playing. Sometimes they'll see people put music on their websites. Probably not the best move. And then so with the clean website, you will get your orders. And basically that is just overview on all the marketing. And then so once you're done, once you've actually started, posting your organic content, sending out email and SMS campaigns, working with influencers and collaborations, what you'll want to do is just analyze your results. So tracking your key performance indicators, the biggest metrics. So look at traffic, conversion rates, cost per purchase, and ROAS if you are running ads, engagement rates, reach, total followers, etc. And then also A/B testing. So just testing out everything. So different ad creatives, different hooks in your videos, different captions, audios, email headlines, subject lines, etc. Just keep testing stuff out and then repeat what works. So double down on the formats and the styles or strategies that did work for you. Repurpose your winning content onto other platforms. So you can literally like repost a TikTok to Instagram, or you can just take the same idea and recreate it, the same way. Stick with what's proven, but keep testing to get better results. So like I said, your content should still fit in that box, be digestible content, stuff that is proven to work already, but then you're also testing it, putting your own unique spin on it to, see if there's better ways to do it and if you can get better results from it. And then just don't reinvent the wheel. So repeat what's worked for you and repeat what has worked for other people as well. So that is why it's very important to find content from other brands that performs well, and then you can recreate that content in your own way, put your own unique spin on it. And then just being patient and being consistent. So more than likely, your content will probably suck in the beginning. That's just the learning curve. So don't expect to have good results in the beginning. Just purely focus on being consistent and improving the quality of your content. and then just show up daily, post as much content as possible, and you will get better. So you got to get your reps in. Really, just the best way to improve is just posting more, because you can do as much preparation and planning as you want, but you are not going to learn as quickly as actually posting and like seeing what results actually come from it. But yeah, that is an overview on all the marketing. So hope that was helpful and hope you guys learned a lot. How's everyone doing?
The goat, what's going on, Evan?
Just chilling. How about you?
Pretty good, brother.
Oh yeah.
Why do I have too many points connected? What's going on, man? Yeah, let me set this up for you.
Sweet. Well, if you guys want to jump right in, if anyone's got any questions to start us off with.
Hi there.
Yeah.
I have a question about the content.
Yeah.
Like, I'm making content, it feels like pretty decent, but like my customers can spot it's made like half an hour or a bit unprofessional. How can I improve that, or
Mm-hmm.
maybe make it more cinematic, or just
Yeah.
what should I change?
I'll take a look at it because I saw your first video. The main things, like, I guess just based off of the first video that I saw, and this applies to everybody, is just one is having a better hook. Like the hook is really like the most important part of the entire video. And so first thing, really strong hook, like really capture people's attentions. And then having like quicker, fast-paced edits. You don't want to have like gaps in between. Like for example, like when I talk, I often like pause a lot in between sentences, and so like if I'm filming a video, I'm going to edit out those gaps in between so that when I'm talking, people aren't hearing me pause. It's just like talking fast, quick cuts, and then in between each sentence too is the videos, the clips are changing. So it's not like, let's say the video was of me right here. Like if this is the angle, then this is only the angle for like one clip or like one sentence. And then the next sentence would be a new angle just to give it like more visual.
Like every 3 seconds to change the.
Yeah, I would recommend to change your angle, like change the angle or like style of clip, like have switch the visual every like 2 to 3 seconds because you want to have it be like really fast paced and just like very engaging, because you got to think about people when they're scrolling on TikTok or Instagram, they are seeing like hundreds of videos, so you have to like be super engaging, or else the second that you pause, that's like a second for them to be like, nah, keep scrolling. But yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can send more videos too into the chat and I can look over it.
Okay, for sure.
But yeah, those would be the main things for sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello. My name is Angel. I have a brand, so obviously I have a brand. I'm coming out with something. I had took a while designing something for. It took me a little while to kind of design it and get everything how I wanted to get, obviously, because I'm trying to also still trying to. I'm like in the midst of finding the aesthetic to my brand. So I'm like, my question to you is, obviously we all know that in order to catch the attention, to catch our audience, we have to have a good aesthetic. where did you go as far as planning where your clothes is going to be to match the aesthetic to the quality of your videos? Like, how did you like match those? Like, what was the process through your mind? That's what I kind of want to know. It's kind of a loaded question, but
Yeah.
I think you know what I mean. If you can, understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like I guess is it more like how to get like I guess is your question more about defining
Yeah, like in that
aesthetic?
process of identifying your brand and your pieces,
Mm-hmm.
and it's finding the aesthetic to match it to content, like
Right.
like kind of matching it to where you want it to be. Because that's where like my thing about me coming out with my clothes in particular is I'm very picky on how I want to go about them because I don't know if they're gonna really match with like my content as far as the way that I'm gonna be dressing with it. You know what I mean? Taking the clothes out of me. I don't know. It's just I kind of want to know the creative process that goes through your mind when you're
Mm-hmm.
trying to find your aesthetic through your clothing to your content.
Yeah. I think it
Uh,
would I think like the first thing like before even making your content is just like having a super clear picture of your branding and like the aesthetic of your brand first, making sure that that's like really solid, to the point. Like the way that I like to think about it is like, let's say I just was like grilling you with questions, like what's your brand aesthetic, like what does your brand stand for, whatever, um or like the mission behind it and the vision, like having it so dialed in that you can like just like rapidly respond to it. It's not like you're like trying to like struggle to think about it. And so that'd just be the first thing I would say, is just really like lock in the aesthetic from the beginning before you are making the content, because then once you are making the content, then it'll be a lot more clear how to actually like what kind of messaging you're using in the content. And so with that as well as the having a clear understanding of your target audience. So like making those customer profiles, like in the Accelerator doc, there's the branding section, which goes over, the target audience and creating those ideal customer profiles. And so having a really good understanding of that is going to help a lot with making sure that your content like speaks to those people, as well as like reaches the right people. And then with that, like on in terms of like making sure that people do like the right people see your videos, I would say when you're actually filming the videos, if it's like a voiceover, or actually it doesn't even matter, like whatever type of content, just be making that video directed at one of your ideal customer profiles. So it's like you're literally talking to that person in the video, like pretend you were on like a FaceTime call with them, like, so if it was like a voiceover, you're like speaking to that person in the video. And then it's like, that's how people will see videos and be like, oh, this was like made for me, and they like instantly resonate with the video or with the brand. And then for making sure that it like the algorithm actually shows it to the right people is really just like hashtags is one thing that helps. Um, like hashtags don't really do much in terms of like getting people views, but hashtags are beneficial for making sure that your content like ends up getting shown to the right people. And another tip you guys can use to make sure that your videos are getting shown to the right people is putting text on the screen. If you just like write out a bunch of keywords, like you might write out, clothing brand, or um, streetwear clothing brand, or minimalistic streetwear, like whatever niche your brand is, just like write out a bunch of keywords on the screen, and then you can drag the text and like hide it so it's not visible in the video, but then it's still in the video, and that way when people are searching videos, and also like the algorithm will just like sort your content to show it to people who have shown interest in those, specific keywords that you put on. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it shows because I know for a fact that I was kind of also thinking about how we're gonna bring that out. So that was thank you.
Yeah, for sure. All right, who else got some questions?
I got one.
Share it.
So I've been on TikTok a lot when it comes to trying to find, I guess, trends and small trends.
Mhm.
And I'm not even gonna lie, it's a little bit. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I can't really find anything that I could maybe perhaps not copy, but more like replicate, like the trend, right? Or like just doing my own thing.
Right.
So I was just like wondering, is there like specific like searches that I could like search out? Because I tried searching like clothing brand, like
Mm-hmm.
just looking at other people's content.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this makes sense.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah. I would say the best way to do it would probably be to look at other brands that are like brands that are inspirations to you, like a brand that has essentially already done what you want to do. Like it doesn't have to be like they've done exactly what you want, but as long as it's like close enough that you can look at their content and see what has worked well for them and what hasn't. And that way it's like you're seeing content that, like, if that brand would make it, then you would also be comfortable making that same content, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because I know I have like these ideas that I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like like the crazy productions, crazy like filming, all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously I can do that. It's just like, with so much limited stuff that I could do. Like I don't live in Washington and have like these really cool views and like mountains. I live in Minnesota. It's mostly just flat and like no really cool spots. But I'm still trying to work out what I have, which is like the biggest part. I don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But going back to looking at other people's clothing brands, like what their videos, what their content's doing, what's popping,
Mm-hmm.
like what's like funny. I know a lot of people like funny content during in TikTok.
Yeah.
Because my understanding, I like it's you don't want to like try to sell them like nobody wants to be sold anything, right? They naturally just want to like gradually just like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool, but still being subtle with it. That I think that's what I'm trying to do right now as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's kind of annoying if like somebody said, buy my stuff, like, bro, I don't
Yeah.
want to buy your stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be like pushy. That's what I'm
Right.
trying to be.
Yeah. You just got to think of, I mean, it depends on like what type of, marketing you're going to be doing. Because for some brands, they might be like really heavy on like lifestyle marketing. So it's more of
Yeah.
that like aspirational lifestyle. Whereas if you don't have the resources to do that, or maybe you're like doing a lifestyle that you don't fully live like yet, like you are part of the audience, like aspiring to get to that lifestyle, then obviously it's gonna be hard to make content of that yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I just think like really just like using what you got to think about what you do have to use to your advantage, and pretty much what, like, for example, in Minnesota, like things that you have there that other people might not have, or it might not even be like where you're living. It's just like you specifically, like, are there resources that you have that other people might not have, and things that, you know, make you unique or your brand unique, things that you can use to your advantage in that way, if that makes
I see.
sense.
Yeah, you make total sense. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So just, I don't know, you gotta be creative. Just, yeah, I would say, though, in general, like for finding the content, I would definitely just look. It's like finding a balance between looking at other brands and what they're doing successfully, but then also just like taking the time to think, just have like a creative thinking, session or something. Like maybe it might just be like setting a timer for 30 minutes and like just like writing down a bunch of ideas, like just brainstorming ideas. Yeah, I think it's just a balance between that, because I wouldn't recommend to like only look at other brands for inspiration like all the time, because then like the people who do that just end up copying them most of the time, and it's going to be a lot better if you can take it as inspiration, more like seeing the framework of the videos, like the actual framework of the video of why it performed well, and then you are making your own type of video just using the same like proven framework, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It's just like the consistency part as well, because like a play a role, right? Because I think we all experienced burnout at one point, most definitely, and that is definitely a hurdle to go through, because I was definitely in like that creative burnout with like my TikToks when I'm uploading.
Right.
I was like on this loop, like, oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm stuck in this 200 view every video, right? Then I kind of like realized, oh, it's just like if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, obviously it's not gonna work. So we've got to change something.
Right.
So I kind of took like a break, trying to think. Man, I just wanted to know like what you think about it. And yeah, it did. It helped a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, like it's a natural part of it too. Like for most, like it's definitely rare for people to like, if you actually can like post a video every day for like a year, that's like, it's a lot harder. It's a lot easier said than done. And yeah, I think it really, like, I think it's fine though to take a step back. Like it's definitely good to take a step back if your content isn't hitting, like if you are constantly having only 200 views, then it's good to take a step back and just reassess and figure out like, okay, why is this video not working? Like, which in that case too, you can send it in the chat and then I can give you feedback and other people can give feedback, and just figuring out, like, I guess why it's not working. But yeah, overall, I would say like it is, the consistency aspect is definitely important though. And I would avoid like not posting for probably like over a week. Like just making sure that you're posting at least once a week in the beginning, because even if your videos aren't hitting, like even if they're not performing well, it's still good to just have that consistency going to the point that you're not like taking your foot off the gas essentially. Because like you can slow down your schedule a little bit, like maybe instead of posting daily, you start posting every 2 or 3 days, and in that extra time you're taking extra time to reassess why it's not working, or maybe like reworking your strategy or learning how to make better content or get better at video editing or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's why I looked into like video editing, because I noticed a little bit. Not that many clothing brands put in too much effort into like editing, like real editing.
Right.
So I kind of want to like put that into my aspects of the videos, maybe to make it a little bit more unique. See like how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'll definitely let you know about it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
definitely good to add in. Like, it also it depends on the video though too.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, like sound effects can be good, and I think really the biggest thing when it comes to editing is just like those fast-paced cuts, like I was talking about, making sure that the video is engaging and you're not like pausing a lot. Like you're not, obviously it's fine if you're talking and there's pauses, but making sure once you're editing it that you're editing out those pauses. So in the video, it's just like constantly boom, 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 like just talking, or, you know, making like the clips change every 1 to 3 seconds or something, you know, maybe to like match the audio, just making sure that the edits itself are engaging.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But that's just for a short-term or short form content.
Yeah.
Because like let's say you're filming like a movie, you know, like a lot of brands are filming like little like short films right now. And in that case, you know, then it's, you don't want to be over editing. But just with TikTok especially, most of the time those fast-paced edits are going to perform better. But not always, just most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time, right? Because there's like, I know some people upload like like a minute video, and like nobody watches it. Like the engagements is trash.
Mm-hmm.
So like still making the video as short as possible, but like still having those aspects that you talked about.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the video length doesn't even matter, in my opinion. Like, you could make, like, there are videos on TikTok, for example, that are 3 minutes long and still go viral because a bunch of people watch it. It's just the difference is with that 3 minute video, it's probably like a really engaging story. You know, like, so it might just be somebody talking to the camera super casually, which again is kind of like, some people call it the FaceTime effect, where it's like they're essentially just like on FaceTime with a friend. So it's like very personal, very authentic. And so it's really easy to like connect with the video and like resonate with it. And in that case, it's just like a very engaging story. So it's like people are looped in and they're willing to watch 3 minutes to find out what happens in the story.
Hmm.
And so just thinking about that, like, I guess I just want to make it clear that it's like, you don't have to make short videos. It's just every clip needs to be like, you just want to think of each section, like why, like being hyper vigilant about it, that it's like, you don't have a section where it's going to be like a big drop off, where it's like, you know, big pause. It's like, oh, people are going to swipe away because it's big pause, or it's like, this section of the story is boring and not really necessary, so we'll just remove it to keep the interesting parts, you know. It's pretty much making sure that you're like not just that every clip or every section of the video is engaging or provides some sort of value so that people aren't scrolling away from it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, that makes total sense. Thank you, Evan. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Good question. So, Evan,
Yeah.
what do you plan on doing differently this time with your TikTok? Just to like avoid like the stuff that you had to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely recommend for you guys to turn on the 2-factor authentication, since my account got hacked.
You didn't have that?
No. I mean,
That's when they give you all those codes, right? And tell you to save them somewhere.
yeah, it's like
that's
like it'll text you a code to your phone number or to your email or something. But even once I turn that on, I don't have to do it every time. I think it's just only when you log in. But yeah, I would definitely turn that on, because I mean, I never expected for my account to get hacked, but it happens. So definitely better safe than sorry. But yeah, I definitely, I mean, like, luckily I have a lot of my videos too that are saved. So that's one thing too I'd recommend, is if you guys are making videos, if you're like putting a lot of
effort into videos where it's something that you wouldn't want to lose, I would definitely make sure that you're downloading those videos, or saving them, like putting them all into like a Google Drive folder or something. That way, in case your account ever does get lost, you know, you can easily like still have those videos to post them, or it's just you can post them across different platforms very easily. And to do that, there's a website called Snaptic, I think, which is free. You can just, sometimes you have to watch an ad for like 10 seconds to download it in high quality, but then it won't have the watermark on it. Because if you just download your videos straight from TikTok, they put the watermark on it. But yeah, we're just mainly asking about the security aspect of it, or like strategy in general.
Well, security, like the security, like just wanted to see like how you're looking at it now. Like what did you find out about it? So I guess it's this is the true security factor thing that
Mm-hmm.
that's like most important. I didn't know. I thought you had that, and they still did it. But that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think TikTok honestly has some sort of security issue, because when I was trying to get back into my account, I just saw like so many other people right now also getting hacked, and it's like the same issue where it's like they got a, like what happened to me is I got a text. I was just randomly chilling and got a text saying your phone number was removed from your TikTok account. And I was like, the fuck? Like, I didn't do that. So then I went to log in and I was logged out of the account. So I couldn't even, like, in the text, it said, if this wasn't you, log into your TikTok account to, you know, for security stuff, whatever. And then I tried to log in, but I was logged out. And the person who got in the account changed all the passwords and removed my email and phone number, so I couldn't even log back in. And I don't know how they even got into the account, because the code went to my phone, and obviously they're not like able to access my phone. So I have no idea how they even got into my account in the first place, or bypassed that security, like, yeah, with the phone number. But I think if you guys put the 2FA on, it should be fine. And then just making sure like you have a secure password too, obviously.
Yeah, one more question, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it, but in the chat I asked you, there was this hoodie that got this print on it. Like I'm not sure what type of print that is. What type of print is
Oh,
that?
yeah, I think I saw that. I think it was just a screen print. It looked like just screen print. If not, though, it could have also been direct to garment. Usually with like screen printing and direct to garment prints can sometimes look pretty similar, but generally, like with a screen print, it's like an actual screen. I don't know if you've seen it. Like the process of doing it, it's like a literal screen, and they have like a squeegee that you.
They passed it. Yep.
Yeah, and so with
Because
that, you can't really go over
go ahead.
seams very well. Like, it's harder if you have like a jacket or something with a bunch of seams on it. Like, you can't really, like, the area has to be flat, if that makes sense. So with direct to garment printing, it's like injected with like a, I don't even know how to explain it really, but it's like there's little ink things that like shoot the ink down, so it doesn't have to be flat with DTG, since it's like injects it from above. And yeah, I think, because I don't know, I think it's probably screen printing. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying, because I like that type of printing right there. I'm trying to avoid like, because my boy he got like he get like his stuff done in Paki, and like when he gets his like design, like his screen printing. I don't know if it's screen printing, but when he gets his print, it's like it's like a form of leather that just it just looks mad fake. Like the way like the design is on it, it
Mhm.
just look like it just has this leather look to it that's like plastic
Right.
layer or something that I'm just like avoiding that. I would rather like it be deeply inside the, like it feels natural and real, like, compared to like I'm trying to avoid make
Yeah.
sure that like I'm asking for the right thing and not ask for that shit where it's like a piece of plastic like just
Yeah.
glued on the clothes and shit.
Yeah. With screen printing, there's different types of ink. So, like, there's water-based ink where it feels like it's in the shirt. Like, if you
Yeah,
close
that's the
your eyes and like tried to feel it, like you wouldn't even feel the print because it's like in the t-shirt or the hoodie, which is the same way with direct to garment because it's like the ink is injected into the fabric. But
Mhm.
plastisol screen printing ink, it's like made of plastic, so it like sits on top of the fabric instead of being like in it, and that's when it has like all that texture. So I would just specify in your tech pack, like, I mean, honestly, direct to garment print is pretty fire. Like yeah, it's like it can be a little bit rough sometimes though. Like sometimes screen printing is a little bit softer, but the main difference between doing screen printing versus DTG is with screen printing, they have to make a screen for every color. So if your
Mhm.
design has more than like 4 colors in it, or more than like 6 maximum, then you would want to do direct to garment just because there would be too many colors and they have to make, each screen for each color. And then they'll also be charging you more money because they'll have to, use more supplies and materials to make 6 screens instead of, just 1 or 2.
Okay, so what's that one called? The plastic one, just so I could make sure I tell them to not
Called plastisol ink.
plastisol ink. Okay, just avoid that. Do you avoid that as well? Is that something you avoid as well?
It's not that bad. Like I've used it before. Um, it honestly just I think it more depends on the person screen printing it, or like the shop or manufacturer doing it, because it can be done in a way where it doesn't feel super rubbery. Um,
Mhm.
and yeah, DTF also feels
What
like that.
is what is that DTF?
That I think it's direct to fabric. It's like it's a different. I'm pretty sure with DTF they print. I might be wrong. Oh yeah, direct to film. I'm pretty sure they print the film first and then they put it on top after. And with that, um, it also like sits on top. But yeah, plastisol ink though for screen printing is not bad. It depends on the person making it because the more times that you like pass the ink through it, the thicker it gets. So you just
Mhm.
have to make sure. I would just in your tech pack specify that you want the print to be in the fabric, like no texture.
Okay, cool. Print and fabric, no texture. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think of the day in the life videos? Do you think that'd be cool to post on TikTok? Because like the day in the life of a broke college student starting a clothing brand.
Yeah. I think those videos, yeah, I've talked about it a little bit before. Like those videos, they work very well because it's something that is easy for, like, it's easy to connect with because there's a lot of, like, for example, with that, if you're making a video called, broke college student starting their clothing brand, there's a pretty big audience of people who are also broke college students who want to start a business. So it's like a pretty large audience, and that would be, the target audience of that video, or just any like young person. I mean, really just anybody wanting to start a business and like wanting to take that risk. And so those videos like resonate really well with those people, because it's like, oh, this person's doing something that I want to do. And, then it's like, I'm curious to see, what the journey has been like for them, or like, I don't know, whatever the reason is, like people will get curious about it because it's something that they want to do. And those videos too are just like very authentic too, because it would be hard to make a video like that is like exactly like another video, because your situation is unique to you. And so you're not going to have like the exact same situation as somebody else. So there's always going to be a unique factor to those videos.
Okay. So relatability, basically.
Yeah. And then just
Okay.
to make it to make those videos perform well, it really is just like thinking about what does make you unique. Like, what is unique to your journey that isn't I guess just something that's unique to your journey that wouldn't be true for other people. And just really also being like very authentic and like raw, not like just really like being yourself will pay off in those types of videos.
I got a question. I got another question.
Yeah.
So when you were starting off your brand, I know obviously you're working, right? Like part-time job, probably still in school, trying to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How was your process in, like what did you do to kind of be able to sort your money? Because right now, okay, like I'm not like struggling, but
Mm-hmm.
like my process with my brand been a lot slower than usual just because of the money aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm still in school, I'm working a part-time job, but I also have other like commitments, you know what I mean? So like and obviously trying to also work with my money. So as far as, investing in my brand, I got obviously just simple things I gotta pay, phone bill, car payment, car insurance, stuff like that on the side, whatever, cool.
Right.
Just a saving. But like as far as you, how were you able to manage that and were able to kind of like, you know what I mean, manage your brand also? Like how was your process?
Yeah. I would definitely say having a clear, like you definitely want to have those expenses separated. I think a couple things, like one is having those expenses separated. So there's the expense tracker that I put in the Discord that I definitely recommend to use. And pretty much just any time you have a business expense, you're putting it into that expense tracker, because those are also going to be things that you can deduct from your taxes later on. And getting a business bank account as well, just so that I definitely recommend to get a business bank account so that your brand finances and expenses are separate from your personal expenses. Because that way, again, like when you do have to there's several benefits. Like for one, taxes will not be a nightmare for you. Like taxes are going to suck for you if your personal and business expenses are mixed into one account. Like you're going to have to sort through all of that stuff when you do your taxes. Whereas if it's all separated in a business account, you literally just have all of the statements there, and it's like all of it is business. So you don't have to do any sorting at all. And then the other reason is just, of course, being able to see explicitly like how much money you have in the brand versus personal, and like how much your brand is making, so you can actually like run the numbers for your brand and it's going to be pretty hard to do that if it's separate or not separate. And the only thing you need for that is to have your business be registered. So as long as you have your, LLC, then you can get the business bank account. And there's one that I put in the accelerator doc, or I think it's in the Discord channel as well. But it's completely free. And yeah, I would just say though, in general, like definitely keeping it separate. And then just being really smart about the money that you do have, because in the beginning, of course, like funds are going to be limited. So making sure that you are using what you have as efficiently as possible. So like making sure that, with your, there's a lot of ways. I would say like negotiating better rates, with manufacturers, like really putting in the effort to talk to many different manufacturers and receive a lot of quotes. So you're asking maybe 10 to 20 different manufacturers for a quote on your samples or your bulk production. That way you can, one, negotiate with all of them, like say manufacturer A offered me this, can you guys do lower or do a better price? And yeah, I guess just in general, another thing is being smart about like your samples, like making sure you aren't spending a bunch of money on samples, like unnecessary costs. With that, I just really recommend like in the beginning, like focus on making one design that's really good. And that way, you're not spending a bunch of money on multiple samples and you have one product. Like all it takes is one product to get your brand off the ground. And it's just, depends how well of a product you are able to design and then like how well you're able to market that product. And there's definitely many ways to, save money in terms of design and manufacturing, and then also with marketing. So with marketing side, it would be, focusing more on organic marketing and like making video content rather than spending much of money on Facebook ads, But yeah, does that make sense or answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. What up?
I'm on phone. I had to leave and come back. Listen, quick question. What's the best way for you on Illustrator to add texture? I be seeing I know found like 4 different ways. So what's the easiest one?
It is definitely a bit tricky. Like so honestly, like Photoshop is a lot better for adding texture. But it can be done in Illustrator as well. I would say, I guess it depends, like what kind of texture, like fabric texture.
Fabric and denim. Fabric and denim.
Yeah, I would say, I think you can get fabric textures online, like Illustrator specifically. And it is more tricky with Illustrator because everything is vectorized. So whereas with Photoshop, it's not all vectors. So it's a lot easier to like edit textures or add textures onto stuff. I would probably just say, honestly, like searching on like Google, just kind of using it as like just essentially as long as it's like readable, like your tech pack, like you can tell it's denim, you'll be fine. And honestly, like with Illustrator, like texture is not super important, because in your tech packs you can just tell them specifically what fabric to use and make sure you're like pointing to it. I think the most important thing is just making sure that like the colors are accurate. But again, even with colors, like that's something you should specify, you know, like the Pantone number. And yeah, there are also textures that are built into Illustrator. If you go under the patterns section, I don't have Illustrator pulled up right now, so I can't check, but it's maybe it's, I think it's under edit and then patterns, and then there's like a whole library of patterns that are built into Illustrator. I can check on it in a bit, but because I'm not sure if they do have fabric specifically, but I know they do have like animal prints, which can be a little bit helpful sometimes. But yeah, in terms of fabric, like honestly, in Illustrator, I don't even really add texture that often, just because it is something that you can specify in your tech pack. I think it would be like visually, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. So for the okay, so on your tech packs, like when you send them over, you don't use texture unless you do it on Photoshop.
Yeah. Mostly if I'm doing texture, it's usually in Procreate, which I'm drawing on my iPad. Because if you have Procreate and an iPad, then it's really easy to add texture just with the Procreate app. But it is honestly just one of, like, it's not necessary. Because yeah, it in most of my, like, if I'm making jeans, I'll just make the mock-up be the color that I want, and then I'm just including a bunch of reference photos of one, including reference photos, and then two, like telling them specifically what fabric it is, so like being specific, like 14-ounce 100% cotton denim non-stretch, and just making sure that you are super clear about it, and then providing those references as well so there's no confusion.
Okay, appreciate you. And one more quick question.
Yeah.
What sizes would you go for on the startup? Like, yeah, for like jackets or t-shirts or anything really.
Yeah. Do you mean like the size distribution for like your bulk order, or like small through XL?
Yes, your bulk order.
I would check in the manufacturing list and guide. There's a section I added in there that has specifically like how much to order for each, like for 50 pieces or 100 pieces, and depending on how many sizes you have too. And so yeah, I would check in there because all the information's there, but it's pretty much just like for 50 pieces, or just in general, you want to be ordering around like maybe 25 to 30% like mediums, 25% larges, and then like small and XL would be more like 15 to 20%. Just since medium and larges are the most common sizes generally.
Okay, appreciate you.
Yeah.
I think
I've been trying to match colors with Pantone, but I'm not too sure if it's just me. Do you have to pay to get a color chart from Pantone, or is there a free website that you can look that up? Because every time I've tried, it's saying that I have to create an account, and it's not letting me do it from outside of the US.
Strange. Let me if you go to this website here, it should take you directly to a color chart, which you can use the ones on here. Does that link work?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, dope. Yeah, I would just like screenshot one of them from here. Like this isn't the full list of them, like some of the numbers like skip, but it does have like the full range. So yeah, I think most colors you should definitely be able to find the color on there though.
Yeah, no, thanks for that.
Yeah, for sure. The other thing would just be I mean that is the benefit like with the Pantone colors because colors can look different, on different screens or like different lighting and whatnot. But you can have the manufacturer like send you photos of the fabric books as well. And then that's another thing too is I'd recommend whenever you guys are getting your samples to also ask them for fabric books to send you. Yeah. Jeremiah, do you have another question?
Yeah, I was wondering like more of you. Like, where are you at the process right now? Like, what are you doing?
Just in terms of
Yeah, like getting clothing brand. Like, are you making up more clothing right now, or you're waiting on bulk?
I need to place new samples kind of behind, honestly, because I just need to get like I've honestly just been like these past 3 months I did a release or I actually did 2 releases in January and then a second release or a third release in February, and I had a drop planned for like 5 days ago, or not 5 days ago. Oh wait, yeah. Originally, I was gonna have a drop 5 days ago, but I actually pushed that back because things were just like getting too rushed, and I've also been like because I also hired a virtual assistant as well as an assistant IRL who was helping me out with stuff, but just kind of like navigating that and um, trying to like offload my work to them. It's just been kind of a tricky process doing that, but slowly but surely making progress.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was wondering because I know you've been hollering right now. I've been seeing like the Jort, not the jorts, the pants that you did in February. I was just curious because I know you do like a drop every month, right? Or you try to.
Yeah, that's what I had been doing, but I've honestly it just was doing it too frequently that I ended up like it just got too rushed and I didn't feel like I was able to like really make the quality of work I feel like was getting impacted a little bit where I could be putting more time into the marketing, like making more creative marketing or like as well as designing new products. I just was falling behind on like the samples and ordering new stuff. So then that's why I pushed this last one back and then just figuring out the schedule for the next couple of months just because I was planning to do drops every month, but it is like so much work to do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And just especially like with me also like filming videos and everything. So I've just been trying to kind of figure out my schedule, automating things with the virtual assistant and stuff.
Yeah, by the way, that virtual assistant's goated, dude. I love it. It's really good, really good.
Yeah. Have you had one before?
Yeah. I thought it was the one that you had. Wait, what you sent us? Remember the bot?
Oh yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm talking about.
yeah. That one, yeah, the bot is dope.
Mhm.
But yeah, I have a virtual assistant who's from the Philippines who which that's been dope. The website is called onlinejobs.ph and it connects you with virtual assistants in the Philippines,
Mm.
and VAs, virtual assistants, the VAs in the Philippines, it's like a pretty big thing there. So there's like thousands of VAs on that website, and a lot of them, because of the exchange rates, they like the hourly rates. You can find VAs for like as low as like $2 an hour, and up to, I don't know, like the main range would be like $2 to like $20 per hour. But the VA that I'm working with right now is only $4 per hour, and he's been doing a great job.
Hmm.
And
Wait, Evan,
yeah,
my bad. Quick question, right? So, wait, like, why hire a virtual assistant? If you've already been doing what you're doing fine. I mean, like, I know with more sales and more work, don't you just amplify what you already. I just think how I'm thinking, like,
Mhm.
wouldn't you just double up what you're doing? Or like, what does the virtual assistant do for you? Like, that
yeah,
helps you? Like, what's
yeah. I mean, the main thing is because I've just been like kind of trying to do too much myself, and so there were things that aren't getting done and like deadlines getting missed because I'm trying to do too many things at once. And so like the main thing that the VA has been helping me with right now is like financial stuff, like organizing, because I use QuickBooks for organizing my like tracking business finances and stuff inside of QuickBooks. And it's like, so with accounting, you have to categorize all of your transactions into the correct categories. And then you also have to like reconcile every account, which is essentially making sure that the accounting matches up with your bank account and making sure there's not any errors in between the two. And it can be a time consuming process. And that was something that I like wasn't really making enough time for. So that's been the main thing that they've been helping me out with, just so that I can, because like it's really important to understand the numbers in your business, because the numbers aren't going to lie, they will tell you where your business is headed. So you need to know the numbers behind your brand. And that was just kind of one of the things that I was like, not like, I guess, running out of time for, not making enough time for it. So that's been the main thing that they're helping me out with. And then just in general, like streamlining more tasks, just like busy work essentially, so that I can focus on like designing or like filming videos, like this kind of high leverage tasks that like really move the needle and grow the business, if that makes sense.
so basically you just provide them with like all your like account information as like sales and stuff like that, and they put everything together. That's not risky, giving them access to like all these type of stuff.
I mean, it definitely can be, but the VAs from that website are pretty trustworthy, and they have a kind of like a system through the website where they can kind of like verify that people are like legit, and there's like I think it's like a trust score on each of their profiles, so you can kind of see that and sort through ones that have like a high, trust rating or whatever. But yeah, it definitely is. But I think majority of the people on there are like just genuinely want to have like a chill job and aren't looking to like scam people. And if you go to that website, there's actually a section, they have kind of like an FAQ that's like exactly what you're asking about. Like, is this like, can I actually trust somebody with my information? But yeah, in my experience, the VA I have is a great dude, and he's dope.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, because it's pretty
Yeah.
popular, honestly. Like, I think there's definitely a lot of business owners in general that have virtual assistants. Maybe not as many like clothing brands, but
Mm-hmm.
in general. Yeah.
Okay, cool. One last question. I don't know if anybody was gonna ask anything, but if not, one last question, right? So I know you mentioned this in the beginning, like your goal with us is like obviously like you're like helping us with everything, giving us all types of information that we don't have access to and stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that, advices. And like you I believe you said your ultimate goal was to like basically like have us reach some form of success with our brand. And
Mm-hmm.
and your goal is to utilize basically the success of our brand and be like, well, these are like a few brands that I've helped like and I've mentored
Right.
through like the process and stuff. So like what's really like beside that little detail, like what's really the plan? Like anything
For
about that?
like to, I guess in what terms? Like for doing this in general?
Yeah, is that like something that like you're like big on? Like that's like a real goal that's like you're trying. Cause like that really gave me like a lot of assurance, like I was like, yo, like that makes sense,
Right.
and and obviously you've stood by that, you've given us, well, especially me, I felt like I've learned so much, you know what I'm saying? I'm way past where I started, you feel me? Like, so, and I'm still going. So like I guess I was just re-asking that question to see if that's still like your plan and if that's like really
Yeah.
what it really is.
Yeah, I definitely want to just like help everybody. I mean, just because like it's just something that is possible to do, and it's just I've been doing this for 4 years now, and there's been so many mistakes that I've made, and like so many things that I've had to take years to learn, but they're like,
Hmm.
a lot of it is like things that you could just like plug and play. Like for example, with the manufacturing list, like I've had so many manufacturing errors, but with those manufacturers that I've spent so much time like researching, it's like you can not have all of those uh, issues and just kind of skip that part of it. But yeah, like just in general, I don't know. I just enjoy helping people and like it just makes me happy as well to help other people overcome their own challenges, and like now with their with growing your brand specifically.
Super dope. I got you.
But yeah, so whatever you guys need, I'm down to help out with, because yeah, I definitely want to. I think like right now, everybody's kind of still in, like most people are kind of in the beginning stage, or like in the stage waiting for new samples to come in. um but yeah, like once, I definitely want to help everybody, so it's like once you actually have your drops, that you're like actually getting results, because there's obviously a big difference between learning it but then actually getting results and
Hmm.
like making it work. So but yeah, so really just whatever you guys need, and any like, yeah, any questions you guys ever have, or any like if there's content like some of you guys need added, to the course or something like that, um I'm always happy to help, because yeah, I definitely want to see everybody getting the good results and getting to
Right.
where I've gotten to and further, and in a shorter time frame. All right, y'all. Well, hope you guys learned some valuable information from that call, and we'll see y'all in the chat. Let me know if you guys have any other questions. Just pop it in the chat and I can give you a response.
Well, thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Peace out. What's good, guys? All right, so we're gonna be going over how I made $38,000 in Q1, so January through March. I don't really like showing the numbers of my brand because, I don't know, it's not really about the money, and it feels kind of stupid. But, you know, obviously I think a lot of you guys want to be able to run your brand full time, and obviously you need to make money to do that. So I'm just going to be explaining how I was able to make this much money in these last 3 months, and pretty much the strategies that allowed me to do so. Also, my gross sales are 44K. I guess that's actually because just had a lot of discounts and some returns. Some of this was like fraudulent orders though. 38K gross sales, so that's about 12.6K per month. And over this period I had 3 separate drops, so I'm going to be going over all of this, showing you guys what content I was posting and what was actually, you know, driving sales. So bringing it back to the beginning, so the first post I did for this release here, this was December 30th. So, as you can see, first thing, just a very simple caption announcing this product release. This was the first time I'd ever released this product before. So this was on December 30th, and the release was on the 9th. So that was about 10 days for the entire rollout. So yeah, we had about a 10-day rollout. And this is just clean product photos with a couple on body as well, some close-ups. So very clean, high quality content pictures. Definitely the biggest thing, like one of the biggest things that's going to contribute to the success of your guys' releases is having quality content. So a lot of people, when you look at flat lays, there are things that are very crucial. So the first thing I would say is symmetry. As you can see, this is very symmetrical here. If you look at all of mine, they're all like very symmetrical flat lay. This one again, symmetrical. And of course sometimes like with this one you have a little bit of contrast, but still generally symmetrical. So anyways, back to this one. Very clean, not any like weird shadows or anything. And it's on a clean white background, which gives it very good contrast between the product and the background. That is one mistake I'll see people make, is they might have a black pair of jeans and then they take a picture on like black asphalt, and it's like, bro, you can't even see the damn jeans because it blends in with the background. So for this one, I chose this white background, so it has very good contrast. So yeah, clean front image. Flat lay. Also, you can see it's like all, you know, ironed out. Like there aren't any big seams. I don't know what it was. There aren't like big ruffles and shit like that. So yeah, symmetry again, clean, and then showing it on body. You always want to include on body photos because it just helps your customers envision themselves wearing the product. And then yeah, so just another one. And then also, obviously I added, you know, this one was a bit more of like a, I don't know what you'd call it, like artistic edit. Which is just something I like to do for my brand personally. You don't have to do it for yours. It's just something that I like to do. And then yeah, so that was the first post, December 30th. Going to the next one, we have January 1st. So this was 2 days later. And then we have another, I mean, this is not a flat, it's like technically an on-body photo. This was just on a model, which I just edited out. But yeah, so just another one, very clean contrast and high quality image as well. This was taken in a studio, so I actually rented a studio to take these pictures. And then we have more on-body photos, so people will see this and say, damn, I bet I would look good wearing those jeans too. And now I can envision myself how I would look wearing them. Whereas if they are basing it off of like just flat lays like this, it's a bit harder to tell and like envision yourself wearing it. So, some clean on-body photos. Again, with the edit, that's just something I like to do. You don't have to do it. And keeping it pretty damn simple. As you can see, this one right here, front view, back view, model, close-up, another close-up, and then model. This one could even be more simple. I've wanted to do all of them. But that's another mistake that people make quite a bit, is they will have like 10 photos in the slideshow when they should only be posting like 4. So like if I post this close-up here, I don't need to post another close-up like right over here on the other side if it's going to be like the same photo. But for the hood, this was like a nice addition, and this just has like a very clean look. And then I also wanted to include the tag in it, so both close-ups serve a purpose. Adding another one would just be unnecessary. And so same thing with this one. You know, there's only 3 photos in this slideshow. I had like literally 20 to 30 that I could have added in, and I did 3. So in my opinion, less is always more when it comes to Instagram. So this one, again, January 1st, and then January 3rd, 2 days later, we have a giveaway. So for this one, I just edited both into one picture, and pretty much for doing a giveaway, very simple. I just gave away $500 coupons. Well, I would recommend for you guys, probably if you are starting out, I mean, just gauge wherever you're at with your brand. You can either give away one of each product or just one product if you only have one product, or give away a $100 coupon, just one of them. Yeah, whatever you want. But for the entry requirements, I would do just say like this post or like our last post, follow the brand, and then tag a friend in the comments. And what you want to do to make sure your giveaways get good traction and actually, you know, perform well, and it's actually worth it for you to do, is by doing tag a friend in the comments, but you say 1 tag equals 1 entry, and you get unlimited entries. So that way, as you can see, this post has 350 comments. That's actually pretty low compared to like some of my other giveaways. Like this one has 1,000 comments on it. This was a giveaway as well. And as you can see, 1 tag equals 1 entry, unlimited entries. So it's like you have people just like commenting non-stop, just tagging their friends. And that will bring in so many eyes to your release and just to your brand in general. And it is very much worth it to do. I definitely would recommend to do a giveaway. I think giveaways are always beneficial, even if you are like a big brand. Like even if my brand was at, say, like 200,000 followers on Instagram, I would still probably be doing giveaways. Like the only time I wouldn't be doing giveaways is if your brand had like so much clout and like so much hype that your drop sells out instantly with like barely any marketing. Like you don't really have to try that hard to like sell out your shit just because people want it that bad. Then you wouldn't have to do a giveaway. You wouldn't have to give away discounts and shit like that. But unless you're at that point, then do a giveaway. So yeah, this one performed very well. I also did spend some ads, put some ad money on this post as well. And that was just a very low spend over the span of like a week just to get more people entering the giveaway, which, you know, if you consider that one person sees this ad and then comments on it and tags like 10 friends, that's a pretty good return. So yeah, and then you can also say for bonus entries, share this post in your story and mention us. Now for giveaways, I did a giveaway, I think, for every single one of these releases. So, is this one? Yeah, so this one was another giveaway. And yeah, this one I kind of did it like another test to see tag 2 friends in the comments and see. This one had less comments, so probably better just do tag 1 friend in the comments. But you can split test it and see what works best. Let's see, I think. Oh yeah, so then here we have another giveaway. So I did 3 giveaways. I did a giveaway for every single drop, and I have another drop coming up in about 10 days, and I'm also doing a giveaway for that one. So don't sleep on giveaways. All right, so then we have these posts. As you can see, they have all been spaced out. So we have December 30th, January 1st, January 3rd, And then this one is on January 6th, so 3 days later. And then this was on, so yeah, 3 days. So in total, I had 5 posts for the entire drop. So pretty small number of posts. One mistake that a lot of people make is that they will do like 10 posts for their release. Again, where it's like with the flat lays, instead of posting 10 photos in your carousel post, like your slideshow, do like 3 or 4. And same thing with the feed. Instead of posting like 10 times, just make like 3 really high quality posts. So anyways, we had flat lay, both introducing the products. Then we have a giveaway featuring both. And then we have on body, again, so people can imagine themselves wearing it and see how the clothes actually fit on body. If you don't have photos of what the clothes look like on body, it's going to be like a lot of customers are just might not buy it, because you have to think about when somebody's buying clothes from you, they need to have they need to be confident that this purchase is going to be worth their time and money. And if there aren't photos of how the clothes actually looks when you're wearing it, then people don't know how it actually fits, and that's going to decrease, the chances of them being able to get the right size or make sure that it does fit correctly the right way that they want to. So we have several different angles here, just pretty much showing off the pants and the hoodie in different outfits and on 2 different models as well. And yeah, pretty clean photos. These were also shot in a studio. And then on this post as well, on a few of these posts, I can't remember exactly which ones, but occasionally too, I will post on my story and just say like random comments on this post will receive access to the close friends story, which gets early access, or like random comments on this post will get 10% off to the drop. So little things like that you can just comment or push comments on your posts, because for one, it looks good for social proof. Obviously, if you have like 0 comments on all your posts, that doesn't look as good as if you had 30 to 50 or hundreds of comments. And then the other thing is that commenting actually boosts your posts in the Instagram algorithm. Same thing with TikTok, if you were to do, a giveaway on TikTok or whatever. Comments boost your posts. So this one was on January 6th. This is 3 days before the drop. And then this is just like kind of, a reminder, letting people know the drop is coming up. And then we also had free US shipping over $99. So that made sure that anybody buying these products does get free shipping. And then I also had a couple of other products on the website that were available for less than $99. So let's say somebody wanted to get the $40 t-shirt. Then if they add it to their cart, there will be like a little free shipping code, or like a slider where it's like you can spend $60 more and get free shipping. And so that just promotes people to bundle, to get bundles and spend more money. And then the people buying this, it feels like they're getting a good deal because they are getting free shipping. And then for this drop, I also was running sign up for email and SMS to get $10 off. I did the same thing for these releases up here. I would either do sign up for $10 off or sign up for 10% off. And really the difference there, I would say so for this one, for example, these pants are $128. So 10% off would be like $13 off, whereas $10 off is $10, obviously. And that is less than 10%. But $10 sounds like a lot of money. So in that case, I would probably do, if your product is worth over $100, I would probably do a like $10 off, something like that. Whereas if your product was under $100, I would do 10% off, because it just sounds better. Like obviously you wouldn't want to say like 8% off or 9% off. It just might sound kind of weird. I mean, you could, but it just might be a little weird. And then, so anyways, on January 8th, so 2 days after that last post, we have this video post. And this one I changed the caption, but when I posted this was like a 24-hour pre-drop reminder, just saying Defender drop available in 24 hours. Just making sure that everybody is aware that the drop is tomorrow, and then making sure everyone knows what time the drop is at. Again, I also I have many international customers as well, so that's why I have this, just so anybody around the world knows when the drop is, and also just explaining that worldwide shipping is available. And then I was running another incentive, free gifts in the first 10 orders. And for that, the free gift was just like one of these necklaces, or sometimes I've done it with rings before. And the benefit to doing that, obviously you get people trying to get their orders in early. And any type of urgency is going to increase the total amount of orders that you're going to get. And the reason, it's just a reason for people to buy. If there is no urgency, people have less reason to actually buy the clothes. And if they know that it's available on the website, all the time, they're going to be way less likely to buy it. Whereas if they know that they only have a limited amount of time to buy your product, they're going to make sure to get that order in as quickly as possible. So then, the next thing is that all of these drops were also pre-made. None of these were pre-orders. And pre-orders, in my opinion, are just dead. Not a good strategy anymore. I don't do pre-orders anymore. I just don't think it really makes any sense. Unless, you did a pre-made drop and then you sold out of it, so then you did a pre-order on top of that to capture the extra demand. But unless your brand can't keep up with demand, then I wouldn't do a pre-order. That's really the only time it makes sense to do a pre-order, is if you have way more demand than you can account for. But most people are just doing pre-orders and they don't even have demand in the first place. It's just they just don't want to wait that long for the product. But it's either you wait or your customer waits. So it's a lot better if you can wait, because more people are going to buy your products if it's pre-made, if they know that they can get it within a week versus 2 months. Nobody wants to wait 2 months for their order. Alright, and then this video, this one performed really well. This one I also, what the fuck? Bro. This video I also ran some ads on, and this one, again, it was another low spend over, low spend over a couple weeks. When it comes to ads, it's always good to do a low spend over a longer period of time rather than do a bunch of spend in a low time frame. Just because that will work better, because Facebook ads, when people say Facebook ads, by the way, if you don't know, they're mainly talking about Instagram ads. It just ran through Facebook. But the machine learning that they have, it kind of takes a bit to learn who to show the ads to, and that's why the longer time frames work better. So anyways, that was drop number 1. Drop number 2, we have this fleece and these beanies. This one, again, same stuff. It's really all the same stuff. It is just really a system when it comes to it. As you can see, same thing, super simple caption, just explaining the name of the product with the drop date, pre-made drop, limited quantity available, and then just, clean flat lays. As you can see, 2 pictures for this one. I didn't really feel the need to add any close-ups, it wasn't really that necessary. And then for this one, only 3, just showing off a little bit of the details and some colors. Again, super simple caption. Another thing with your captions, make sure you have them spaced out like this. If it's all just one big block of text, it just doesn't look very good. So I always space out my captions like this, and I definitely recommend for you guys to do the same. And so this drop only had 4 posts. So flat lay, introducing the product, flat lay, introducing the product, giveaway post, and then this one here was just a new drop out now. or this one, yeah, I think this was out now, or it was out tomorrow and I changed it. I don't remember. Either way, and then this one was just some on-body photos. Normally I do a video for all my releases, but this one, I literally just shot this in my backyard because I didn't have time to do a video for this drop. So yeah, 4 posts here. These were just kind of random. This was sampling random post. And then so this one was the 3rd drop, the heavy denim cargos. These pants did super well. And again, it's all the same shit. Showing off the product on the model. This time, obviously, I posted the models first. Order doesn't really matter too much. And then we had this clean image of the belt, introducing the belt. And then another giveaway, same exact thing. Like if you look, it's literally the same thing as this one. Like I had the text on it. You don't have to do the text. I just thought it looked better. And yeah, flat lay product just on one page. Literally same exact thing. And then another one with the cargos. This one, so I did this kind of like sideways with the little ruffle, whatever you call it. And the reason why I did that is because I already posted them right here. So I didn't want to post the same thing, 2 times on my feed. So that's why I switched it up a tiny bit. And it's also nice to just have some kind of more fluid flat lays sometimes. And then here's kind of a little on body, kind of, as well. And then yeah, just more showing what it looks like on body. Again, each of these photos adds value. I'm not just like spamming pictures for no reason. Every photo is intentional. And again, same caption. And then so we did another video for this one. This one's obviously filmed in a studio. And this is really just like behind the scenes. It wasn't really like any like story behind it. Just some behind the scenes. And then this one again. Ran some ads on this post, same shit, low spend, longer time frame. I'm telling you guys, like it's literally the same thing every drop. It's a system that you just do over and over again. Like for this drop, I just announced this today. I'm actually for this drop testing out something new where I'm just posting more videos. I haven't really posted many videos in the past, but video content really is. Honestly, it performs a lot better than this stuff. Like, obviously right now, this post was 3 hours ago, 115 likes. So, we'll see how it does over time. But I'm sure this video will perform well as an ad as well. Anyways, yeah, same shit. And in the past, I've barely really been posting reels on my account at all. Like, this is literally it. If you look at all of this, that's all there is. And these aren't even reels. Like this one right here was just a video. Another one of these kind of behind the scenes videos. Another one here, that one here, this one here. All of those are just behind the scenes videos. So this is literally the first reel I've... Damn, bro. Shit. Yeah, this is like the first, I guess, honestly, one of the first reels I've ever posted on my brand page before. Which is a bit change in strategy for me. And that's just something that I'm testing out now. That's another thing is that it's always just experimenting, seeing what works. It's not like the same system works forever. And it's really just you experiment, find what works. When it does work, you keep repeating what works. And when it stops working, you find something else. And along the way, you still keep experimenting to figure out what works best. And again, it's also important not to just copy other people's systems exactly, because then it's just fucking boring and everybody's going to look exactly the same if they're doing the exact same shit. Some things you definitely should be doing, like less is more. That's something everybody should be doing. But I don't know. In terms of doing flat lay, model pick, video, you don't have to do the same thing every time. I would definitely switch it up and take a step back too. Think about what can you do with your brand that would be unique. You don't just be copying what works, Otherwise, you're always going to be a trend chaser essentially. Like you're never gonna like do things originally yourself, and you need to like take that step back to, think, oh, everybody does it this way. Is there any reason why they do it this way? Like, is that the only way it works, or could I try this other way that might work better, or it's just at least unique to my brand? All right. Let's see. So story. Can't go through the past stories, but I can show you what I'm doing right now for this drop. So I just posted this today on my story, posted the video, and as you can see, adding random comments to close friends for early access. So that was what I was talking about earlier. Just, boost more comments on the post. It's always good for social proof, and as well as like with my close friends story, I have a good amount of people on there who I give early access to the drops, and that just helps also build more of a solid community for those people. It's like it is an exclusive story for people who have commented, and it's not any comment either. It's usually like just comments who really show that they like want to be on it, I guess. And then I also have a Discord. I'm getting off topic here, but anyways, I have a Discord as well with other members there. Now, another thing that I will add is with this. So this members highlight, this, once it loads, so this is literally just all people, all customers who have reposted wearing my clothes. So this one, as you can see, there's like 300 customers in these highlights, because you can have like up to 100, I think, in each of them, and they're all like maxed out. So there's like 300 customers reposting their shit in here. Maybe it's not 300, I don't know. But anyways, it's a lot, and that is so huge, because when people come to your page, like for me, I have 25K followers, so that is like a lot more trustworthy for people to see. However, if somebody goes to your account and you don't have that many followers, and you don't have any like member highlights, or like if you go to your tagged photos and there's like no people like wearing your clothes, it's gonna be hard for people to like trust your brand, and you really just do need social proof for people to trust your brand and to actually buy from you. If they don't trust you, they're not gonna buy from you. So it's always good to have member highlights like this, or customer highlights like this in the beginning. If you don't have any customers who have done this for you, I would just like give your clothes to some friends and tell them, I'll give you these clothes if you can repost it, so I can have it on my story highlight, because the social proof is very clutch, and it really is an essential thing to have. Okay, another thing I actually just remembered. So website. If you go to my website right now, because I am actively doing this release now, just announced it today, like I said. So now my website is closed right now, and I just have this password page with the countdown on it. So customers cannot get into the website. I could be selling products right now, like I have some old products I could be selling, and before I closed my website, I was still getting sales like every day, but I locked the website to cut off the demand, and that way the demand is just building up higher, and anybody who did want to get in the website is just going to give me their phone number. And now when I do launch this in 12 days, I'll have a lot more phone numbers to market this drop to. And so I definitely recommend to lock your website in between drops, and definitely set up a countdown timer like this. So the way you do this is in Shopify, there's an app called Countdown Timer. It is literally just called Countdown Timer. And you just, it's fucking easy, I'm not going to explain it. So anyways, I would just, put the product name or collection name, and then something like this, limited pre-med quantity, that's just, promoting it's an exclusive drop. They know it's not going to be available forever. So adding some urgency to it, so it's like, oh shit, if I do want it, I definitely should put in my phone number. And then on top of that, you get 10% off, and you get notified when the site opens. So this is like the most straightforward one. I would probably do this. Get 10% off, sign up to get notified, plus get 10% off. Very simple, always effective. And yeah. Phone numbers are definitely more effective, I would say, in the beginning to be collecting your phone number. On my website, I have a pop-up where it collects email and SMS. However, on this password page, I only am doing phone number because I just really wanted to maximize the amount of phone number signups, because when you get a text to your phone, it's like so direct, it's very hard to miss a text. And when this drop goes live, I want as many people as possible to be getting that live notification on their phone. Like, most people are not checking their emails that often. So a lot of people, if I send out an email, I mean, I will be sending out an email. I have a pretty big email list as well. But way more people are going to be purchasing it off of their phones. Also because most customers are on their phones anyways. Like, not that many people are on their computers when they're placing orders. I think it's generally maybe like 70% of people on their phones, 30% on desktop. So, password page, very, very simple. Countdown timer, sign up. This is embedded through Klaviyo. That's what I use for email and SMS. And then down here, I just have some photos of the product. So people know what products are releasing, and if they want it, they're going to type in their phone number. And, oh, there is more. So this is my personal Instagram account. Make sure you all follow me if you don't follow me already, because I'm about to be posting a lot more anyways. But, so during this drop here, let's see. So this drop, first drop, Defender drop, part 1. So this was on January 3rd, oh wait, tripping. December 30th is when I announced that drop, and I was also posting content on my personal account. So as you can see, I think in this one I unboxed, yes, so in this video I unboxed, products.
Christmas
Wait. Okay, so yeah, I'm unboxing I'm unboxing the knit hoodies in this video, and that is on December 30th. So I posted that the same day. So this is promoting the knit hoodies. Now the next one is unboxing the denim. And so again, this is on January 1st, 2 days later, same day that I posted that other one. And this is showing off these jeans that I'm dropping. So these videos both did pretty decent, like 6,000 views. This one also showing off the hoodie. Again, pretty solid, 6,000 views. That was on January 7th, 2 days before the drop. Then we have this one, which went insane, 42,000 likes. This was a day before the release, and it has 800,000 views. Pretty nuts. I talked about this in one of my recent videos, too. And the reason why this video was able to blow up so much is because there's a good hook on it, so this is not your average pair of denim jeans. And then because the product has this unique feature, which is this loop, which prevents them from dragging. So, unique feature, a lot of people have never seen this, so, the video blew up. And this was a day before the drop, so it definitely helped a good bit with sales. I wouldn't say it really did that much, honestly. Like, viral videos, they don't do as much as you would think. But it is still great. Viral videos are good. But yeah, it didn't do as good as I thought it would in terms of actually converting to sales. But it definitely did still help. And then we had another one. So this was for the knit as well. And this was on the day of the drop. So as you can see, we had 5 videos that I posted on my personal page. For this drop, I showed you guys, I am posting a few on the brand page now, which is a new strategy. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, in the past I was doing that here. Same thing for these pants. Just this was before the drop, but it was kind of like some, building hype, showing it off. This one again was to promote the drop. And then this one was to promote these cargos. So whole time I was posting lots of video content. just pretty much maximizing the amount of people that are going to see the drop. You're always going to want to have as many eyes as possible on your brand when you're having a release, because you can also consider that the typical conversion rate is going to be around 1%, so that would mean that out of 100 people who visit your website, one of them will place an order. So, with that being said, you got to get as many people on your website as possible, because the 1% rule, as it's called, so that would probably mean, or wait, that would mean if you wanted to get 100 orders, you would need about 10,000 visitors on your website. So, yeah, a lot of information, but that's pretty much how I was able to get this number here. I guess the other thing I would say is that product is honestly the biggest factor. The product design itself, like, that is really the most important part of this. Is all of these are unique designs. I mean, I don't like talking about it, saying it's like, oh, there's a winning product, because it just sounds stupid, and it's like I'm not designing these like with the intent of it being this winning product that I'm going to sell a bunch of units. Like, that's just sounds stupid. It's not just all about money. These are just designs that I was creating because I fucking fuck with them, and I think they're fire. But there are patterns to winning products. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But product design is so important. These are not like, super. They're like pretty unique designs, I would say so. They aren't. I think a lot of people, like, never seen a denim belt with this raw edges and all of these features, and like pants like this with all of these cargo pockets and shit. It is not your average pair of pants. They're like, when people see these pants, any of these products really, it is something that stands out to people, and it's not like, oh, that just looks like everybody else's shit. Whereas if you have products that literally just look like everybody else's clothes, you're just not going to get results. So you really need to be focusing on designing products that are just truly unique, and to do that, you can't just be thinking about money the whole time. So you gotta, take a step back, really think about why you're doing this in the first place, and what you can bring to the table that is actually unique. Because also, this shit isn't about money. If it's just about money for you, then you're doing it wrong, and your brand probably won't be that cool. Honestly. Any brand who's just chasing money is going to make, like, just mid clothing. I guarantee it. Alright, anyways, I believe that is it. Yeah. Alright, guys, now let's talk some of the mistakes that I made that I wish I could have avoided in the beginning or done differently. So the first thing I would say, one of the biggest mistakes I made in the beginning was probably not focusing enough on the product itself. And I think really just want to stress how important the product is for all you guys. Like, if you're going to spend time working on your brand, put as much time as you can into making your product as good as possible, because it is just the most important thing to focus on. Like, it's going to have so many positive effects. If you have a good product, everything else will be so much easier. If you have a bad product, everything else is going to be so much harder. So really just focus as much time as you can on the product. I think probably the biggest mistake that I made was I would have a product that was like pretty good, and instead of pushing it to the next level, I would just be like, all right, this is good to go, and just, go ahead and start manufacturing it. But if I had just taken an extra, like a couple extra days or a week just to really push that product even further, like, it would have had so many positive effects. And like, the product itself can be the difference between your drop, between just completely flopping versus doing 10K or more. And I think it's just so easy to reach a point where you are satisfied with your product, but not where it's like as good as possible. So to do that, I would just always constantly ask yourself, like, can this be better? Is this product finished? Like, have I really taken the time to push this product as far as it can possibly go? And then also just asking questions like, is this a product that I'm going to be happy with looking back, 5 years from now, or is it just part of some trend that's eventually going to pass? Now, another big mistake that I made was just wasting money on ads, thinking that spending money on ads would fix problems. Essentially, let's say you have a product and it's not selling very well. You're posting organically and all your videos are not performing very well. The product's not selling very well. So you think, well, maybe I just need to spend some money on ads and that'll solve the problem. But if your product does not sell well on its own and you've already tried organic marketing, ads are probably not going to help. Like, if the problem is with your product, then spending money on ads is not going to help. And so I wasted a lot of money thinking that, like, just spending money on ads would mean making more money. Because it is easy to see, like, brands online. It's like you'll see people spending, a good amount of money on ads and making a good return. But it's not that black and white. And I've definitely wasted a lot of money just, thinking that it would work and then it doesn't. And really the problem with that, it's either product or it's content or both. And so really just instead of spending that money on ads, you're probably better off spending your money investing into new products, better designs, or into better content. So maybe instead of spending $300 on ads, you spend $300 to rent a studio and get some new content. Because now that new content, you can still be posting organically and still get good results off of your organic marketing. But I get ads on Instagram all the time from clothing brands, and very often I will see an ad and I'm just like, damn, I know y'all are losing money on this. Like, I know you guys are not selling this because it's either just a bad product or it's bad content. And like in that case, it's like, just don't even waste your money on ads. Like, it is going to be a waste of your money and you are better off just probably taking the L on it and investing into new products. Like, if you think about it down the line, if you're just spending money on ads that aren't getting a positive return, you are just wasting your money. And it's easy to think, like, honestly, spending money on ads is the easy choice to make because you're like, oh, it could work. All I have to do is, throw this money at the problem and hope it solves it. But lesson learned for me, that's not how it works. You just need a better product, better designs and better content of those products. Now, the next biggest mistake that I made is definitely just rushing things, not allowing things to really just be as good as possible. Like I was saying, always asking that question, can this be better? And really just like just don't let yourself be satisfied with just good, because good will only get you good results. You're not going to get great results or amazing results by just making good products and good content. Like, if you want amazing results, you need to have an amazing product and you need to have amazing content. And so often I rushed things, thinking that I just need to get it out as soon as possible to, so I can start making more money or whatever. But in every situation looking back, I would have been better off, pushing the release back 1 week or 2 weeks or even like a month, and like making sure that either the design or the products have better designs, or like the content is just better, or like just the overall creative direction is more creative. Because it's so easy to like just fall in the trap of rushing things because, you're impatient and just want to like get it out as quickly as possible and start making money. But every time, I promise, it's better to, take an extra week or at least a couple extra days and just really keep asking yourself, can this be better? Like, is there more work to be done? And really just be honest with yourself too. Because, I don't know, at least in my experience, it's pretty easy to lie to yourself and say, nah, but let's just get it out now. Like, I'm just hyped. I want to get it out as soon as possible. And yeah, so it can be a little hard, but just be patient and really push things to the max. All right, now another huge mistake that I made earlier or just something I wish I had started doing so much earlier, is posting more video content. It was always this thing that I knew I should be doing that I wasn't doing. You're probably watching this video right now. If you haven't been posting a lot of video content, then you are probably feeling this exact same way. You know you should be doing it, but you don't want to. And it is hard to do it. It can be uncomfortable to do. But looking back, let's fast forward a year from now. If you look back and you posted a video every single day, like, you're going to be really hyped because not only you're going to have better results, but you also know that you just put in the work and got it done. It's like most people aren't willing to do that. And I'm positive that if I had been posting more videos in the past and started posting more videos earlier, then I would have had more growth, at this point now. Like, I would be at a higher position with my brand than I am today. Like, just imagine, again, fast forwarding a year from now, and you've posted a video, say, once per day. Just simply posting one video per day can have so many, like, positive returns. Like, not only for, the reach that you'll get, but also simply just the practice of doing it. Because none of this is going to happen overnight. Like, it's easy to think that, you can blow up overnight. Like, it is possible, but for most of you guys, that's not going to happen, and it's not something you should strive for anyways. I think pursuing a path of, step-by-step growth is much better. So purely for getting those reps in, it is so valuable because, again, thinking long-term, it's like 5 years from now, if you have that knowledge and you have that skill of making video content and understanding what video content actually performs well, that is such a valuable skill. And even if you decide you don't want to do clothing brand stuff anymore, it's like that's now a skill, another skill that you have that you can apply and, charge other people for, or have a higher income for yourself because, you can find a job that needs that skill. Okay, now the last mistake I would say is definitely going to come to finances, not keeping my books in check. This is definitely something to not sleep on. Really, like, make a business bank account. You will not regret it. You need to at least have a business bank account. I also personally use QuickBooks to keep track of all my expenses. I have business credit cards that I use, so all of that is separate. If you guys make the mistake of mixing your business and personal finances, you are going to be so bummed in the long run. Like, once tax season comes, you are going to want to rip your hair out. And it really is not that hard. Like, it's so easy to set up. But one of the biggest mistakes that I made too was actually inside of QuickBooks. I just set all of it, set up like auto rules to have all of it kind of like just run by itself. However, I don't recommend doing that because then certain transactions started getting categorized in the wrong categories. And then it just took me so long to actually sort all of that out. And also, I was tracking it, but I didn't understand, like, I wasn't really running the numbers. And that is such a valuable thing to have, is just to actually run the numbers behind your brand and understand, how much profit you're making, how much, you're spending. And with that, it allows you to just know so much more about your business and actually, make better decisions, as well as like plan for the future and forecast how much you can expect to make in the next couple months or couple years, or how much growth can be expected. So just the numbers, I know it's something that a lot of people are going to avoid because it's not fun to do, and it can be tedious and annoying and just not fun. I'm the same way. I don't like doing it, but it is something that you will most definitely regret. And actually understanding the numbers will make you more money because, like I said, you can make better decisions. Now, those were all the biggest mistakes that I made, but I will say that the number one reason why people fail and never succeed with their clothing brand is simply just because they quit and they don't have a long-term mindset with it. So for all of you watching this video, I think that is the most important thing you can do. Simply just commit to doing this for at least a year. Like, do not allow yourself to quit if it has not been more than 365 days. And also stop being so focused on the results. Just focus on your input. Focus on making better designs, making better content. So many people fail because they're just trying to blow up overnight. So they're just copying trends. And then when they don't blow up, they just get discouraged and quit. And then, hop on to the next trend and hop on to the next big business model. And the truth is that those people who just constantly are hopping will never end up succeeding because they will always find a new shiny object to start chasing. So the best thing you can do is literally just commit to doing this long term. Commit at least a year. If you can commit longer, that's even better. And really, if you want to make it happen, then make a bet with your friends. Tell them if you quit within the next year, you will give them $1,000 or you will shave your head. Do something that is super uncomfortable. If you really want it, it should not be that hard and it shouldn't be a question. It's like, I'm not going to lose that $1,000 because I'm not going to quit. All right, guys, now that was a lot of information, but like I said, feel free to come back to this video anytime you're stuck or just need a refresher on anything. And if you guys are interested in getting some additional help, hit the first link in the description. All right, y'all. Appreciate you guys. Peace out.